Okay, and we are live on YouTube.
Right. Good afternoon and welcome to the afternoon session of the Landmarks Preservation Commission's public hearing and public meeting of May 3rd, 2022. We will begin this afternoon session with public hearing item number 4 and continue the schedule until we get to the end. This meeting is being held via Zoom and live streamed on YouTube. And if you would like to testify on any of the public hearing items, you may do so by joining the Zoom meeting at the estimated time shown on our website, which can be found on our agenda. I will note, however, that we are about an hour behind schedule, but that may change. We may catch up or may delay. So just it might be worth checking the live stream periodically if you're waiting for a particular item to testify. And with that, I will turn it over to our Director of Preservation, Corey Harala, to take us through the agenda this afternoon.
Okay, thanks, Sarah. And we'll pick up with public hearing item number 4, LPC 21-10678, an application for a certificate of appropriateness, number of Manhattan, block 620, lot 52. This is 90 Charles Street in the Greenwich Village Historic District, a Greek Revival style row house designed by Levi Onderdonk and built in 1847. And the application is to construct rear yard and rooftop additions, excavate the rear yard, and alter the front facade.
Okay, commissioners, the applicants have entered the hearing. They now have control of the presentation. If you just want to unmute yourselves, and then you can state your name for the record, and you can advance the slides using your arrow keys or your mouse.
There we go.
State your name for the record and you may begin.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Alessandro Orsini. I am a professor at Columbia University School of Architecture, Planning and Preservation. I am part of the design team for 90 Charles Street with my colleague Nick Roseborough that is here, and architect Ani Britzgala. And we are here also with Padma Ramnares from the structural engineering team. I will be illustrating the proposed design for 90 Charles Street, a property that has been profoundly altered before landmark designation. The scope of the work for this project will be divided into visible work, which will regard the front facade, and non-visible work, which regards the roof and the rear yard addition. Among the goals of the design includes returning the building to its historical context, bringing back 90 Charles as part of its original row, addressing the cementitious facade applied prior to 1969 landmark designation, addressing the neglect of the building to enhance the neighborhood, and bringing 90 Charles up to current living standards. Now, talking about the context, 90 Charles, as seen in the aerial view circling green and also December maps, is a small building inserted in an historical residential block. The property, bordered by larger massing, as seen in the block map in red, is the smallest if compared with the adjacent properties and residences. In fact, 90 Charles is part of an eclectic row. If you follow my pointer, you'll see 88 Charles constructed in 1887, the Neograph style, brick and stone. This is a 6-story apartment building. 90 Charles Street, which we'll be discussing today, built in 1847 in the Greek Revival style that no longer claims its original front facade. 92 Charles Street, which was built in 1836, and in 1858, a third floor was added and the style became an Italianate. And later, a full 4-story rear addition was built, and subsequently also in 2006, a facade was redesigned. 94 Charles Street, which was built between 1854-55, has no defined style, but it is an original brick building that was later resurfaced with stucco. We're now moving towards the visible scope of work.
Hi, everyone. I'm Nick Roseborough, part of the design team. And the front facade is currently incongruous in style due to past alterations to the original brick facade with the addition of a cementitious veneer that is degraded over time. The facades of many townhouses were altered before landmark preservation was introduced. Charles Street is an obvious example of what happens when the installation of a faux and uneven veneer is placed over the original facade. And if you follow my pointer here, you can see the cementitious veneer, which is degraded in these two images. And here we did a probe, which is showing and revealing the original brick, which is damaged. What we're doing here is removing the veneer and resurfacing the facade with stucco to reclaim the historical and architectural value of the building. We will remove the outdated existing windows, replacing them with new 6/6 wood windows on existing openings because upgrading will allow for current energy efficiency standards to be implemented, creating an overall sustainability and staying true to the historic aesthetic. If you follow my pointer, you can see the existing 2/2 windows and then the proposed 6/6 on the right. In this slide, you will see existing examples of stucco facades that were originally brick. In particular, on this very street, we have two examples. Here on the left, we have 94 Charles Street, which in the tax photo from 1940, you can see is brick. And today it stands as resurfaced in stucco. And on the right, we have 83 Charles Street, which in the 1940s tax photo, you can see that it is stucco. And it still is stucco today. I would like to note that in this row of many buildings that they were originally designed as brick facades. This render is showing the overall desired effect of the new facade in our project and how much it improves the block. And it is this transformation of the front facade that returns the building from its incongruence today to a congruence with its historical context. We're now moving to the non-visible scope of out of view from the public thoroughfare, starting with the roof addition, which is a volume set back 19'10" from the front facade, thus preventing its visibility from the public line of sight as seen in this section diagram. The volume measuring 10'3" in height as measured from the midpoint of the existing roof, 25'2" in depth, and 19'6" in width is comparable in size with other roof additions in the area indicated in yellow in this diagram if you follow my pointer. And is comparable in size with other roof additions in the area, especially ones on this very street, such as 81 Charles in the middle of this page. And I would like to note that this was approved by the Landmark Preservation Commission in 2017 and is larger than the one we are proposing. In this slide, we have photos of the mock-up from the roof. And in this slide, you can see that that mock-up of the roof addition is not seen from the public close to the property and farther away as seen here with 3 images taken from Charles Street and Blake Street. The roof addition is not visible from the public and is in line with precedents on the street. And we are now moving to the rear addition, also not visible to the public. Alessandro?
Yes, as you can see in the aerial view, circling green, but also in the block plan, 90 Charles Street is the smallest massing on the block, a building hemmed in by large buildings and additions, preventing natural light to penetrate in its interior, making it inadequate for contemporary living. Because of the necessity to upgrade and enlarge the interior spaces, the new volume is designed to exactly match the adjacent 92 Charles Street with its party walls. As you can see here from the diagram, the dotted line shows how the 92 Charles rear facade is matching the structural wall of our volume. They extend 17 foot for total, while the new facade will match the existing 3-story extension in a way that the overall depth of the building will remain unchanged, measuring 54'5". This diagram also shows the existing rear volume and the added footprint indicated in red, measuring only 180 square foot of the addition and not visible to the public, thus also preserving the rear green space. Furthermore, this sectional diagram shows the new envelope matching the existing planar rear facade of 92 Charles, proving one more time that the new volume does not extend beyond the predominant depth of the context. Here we have some context photo of the rear yard. On the left, you can see the degraded and inconsistent rear facade of the existing addition, matching 92 Charles already. Overall, this photo shows the inconsistent within the design of the property. And I would like to note that the addition presents mortar joints between the bricks severely deteriorated on every floor, particularly on the second floor, as it is noted in the structural report. Here we have some more photos of the existing rear yard and adjacent larger property, as shown in the aerial view that are closing in on 90 charts. Now, the design of the rear facade achieves a contemporary style matching the height of the original building. And because the rear yard grade is retained, the perception of the massing will be exactly as the original facade of the building. It's easily understandable here in this diagram. The new facade is comprised between the two red lines, the one on the top that is matching the height of the existing facade, and the one on the bottom that is matching the rear garden grade. Now, also, since on the south side of Charles Street, there are no buildings with setbacks, the use of a planar facade is ideal to reference the historic nature of the block, mainly constructed of building without setbacks, exactly as 92 Charles Street rear extension. The photo also shows the inner donut showing the flat facade with no setbacks, as also it is indicated in the block map. The configuration of the donut, furthermore, as seen here, is not permitting the new rear yard addition to be visible from the public. This image actually shows that the rear of 90 Charles Street is blocked, overwhelmed, hemmed in by other buildings in the donut, obstructing natural light and making it inappropriate for current living standard. Talking about history, a philological interpretation update the historical element of the townhouse typology into a design that is an enhancement for the context. A grid organizes the facade in 3 bays, echoing the typical historic fabric of townhouses facades. You can see it here in the center, the existing elevation that is incongruent, and then we have the proposed south elevation, which echoes the 3-bay partition as it is the north elevation. In fact, 90 Charles Street is a one-off building that belongs to a row composed of different architectural styles, where the only communal elements are the rear planar facades which characterize the entire block. For this reason, we propose a planar rear facade that is continuous for 3 floors above the rear yard original elevation, which will bring back 90 Charles as part of its row. You can see on the left, the existing elevation. You can see how even the fenestration is uneven. In fact, the property was built not by an architect, but was simply assembled by a carpenter, while the proposed rear facade brings the historic 3-bay and in harmonious continuity with its context. So you can clearly see in the render that the proposed construction of a full height addition preserves the rear yard and the central green space, and also unifies the row. Furthermore, the addition helps contrast the overwhelming scale of 88 Charles, while the perception of the overall volume remains unchanged. Here we are bringing an example of a rear yard addition consisting of a 4-story and a penthouse where the historic fabric of rear facades has been removed and a modernist architectural style has been introduced. Our project, in contrast, honors the building context and history with the 3-bay type and the coloring of the materiality. Speaking about fenestration, the community board sent recommendation for reducing the size of the opening, which are not seen from the public thoroughfare. And we are providing in the slides a variety of projects that has been already approved by the Landmark Preservation Commission in the neighborhood. Among them, the project by David Chipperfield of 1119 Jane Row Street houses, which uses the same similar style and size of windows, closely inspired by the historic type, as we are trying to do, and opposite to the other example that are brought up here. So this design strategy allows to achieve a larger amount of interior natural light through a rectangular openings of 3'11" by 7'10", without using a large planar opening such as the one employed in the 92 Charles Street rear facade, clearly contrasting the 3-bay historic type. Speaking about the architectural composition, the rear facade is contained between two vertical structural walls, which we have said they match the 92 Charles Street. And it is expressed by vertical columns and horizontal string courses demarcating the slabs, realized in terracotta color-stained fiber cement panels. Window headers are also inserted within these elements and realized in the same material. The existing three-level garden is being retained and adapted to our rear yard section, maintaining the upper garden grade and accommodating space for salon enlargement as seen in the axonometry indicated in red. So we can clearly say that the scale of the rear addition is minor and add minimally to the original footprint of the building, making it a harmonious architecture, although not visible from the public. In conclusion, overall, the project enhances the existing building, preparing it for contemporary standards of living and sustainability, while honoring and enhancing the historic fabric and character of the block with a new stucco facade. While in the back, the cumulative effect of the added volume of the rooftop and rear yard additions will proportionally integrate 90 Charles Street into its surrounding and give it the scale necessary to belong to a legible row. The proposed work will enhance the historic character of the block through a harmonious three-bay facade composition. Thank you very much, and we are open for further clarifications.
All right, thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions at this time? Yes, Commissioner Devonshire, please go ahead.
Thanks, Sarah. Yeah, I'm curious. What is the total square footage of the original building, and what is the total square footage of your additions?
So the approximate square footage of the original building is about 4,000 square foot, and we are now in the proposed 6,000, a little under 6,000 square foot.
Okay, other questions? Yes, Commissioner Bland. Oh, Commissioner Bland.
It's all right. This is for the applicant or Sarah or Corey. Are you familiar with federal style houses that have been resurfaced with brownstone-like stucco anywhere in the city?
Well, I think the applicant did show some examples. Corey, I'll let you take this question, okay?
I don't think those were federal houses. Those were bigger.
Those were a little later. Yeah.
Yeah.
Corey.
Yeah, I mean, I recall a few older houses, maybe not federal, maybe more Greek revival that, you know, had damage done to their front and were later covered, or perhaps it was an intentional stylistic change, but it's certainly not common. But yes, we've seen a few of them over the years here.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? All right, I'm not seeing any other questions at this time, so we'll move to public testimony. If you're in the meeting and would like to testify on this item, please raise your virtual hand so we can identify you. And we will start with anyone who signed up in advance and get to others. So with that, I'll turn it over to Sasha Sealy to take us through the testimony.
Thank you. Anna Markham from Village Preservation. You should be receiving a request from me now. Okay, Anna, I see you've accepted my request. Please just unmute your mic and state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, good afternoon, commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Anna Markham, and I am the Director of Research and Preservation for Village Preservation. I am speaking on behalf of the organization today. Overall, this application needs much more thoughtful consideration of historic context and historic materials before we can consider recommending approval for this application. For instance, while much of the restoration work on the front facade retains the historic massing and details of the building, the use of stucco as an exterior wall cladding for this historic row house is entirely inappropriate. We recommend that the applicant consider a masonry facade of a period appropriate salvaged brick as opposed to the stucco. The rear facade and addition are also unwelcome changes to the building. The large glass windows perpetuate a disturbing trend of glass washing throughout the neighborhood and should not be approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Christina Conroy from Victorian Society, New York. You should be receiving a request from me now. Okay, Christina, I see you've accepted my request. Please just unmute your mic and state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon, commissioners. I'm Christina Conroy for the Victorian Society, New York. Now, to thine own style be true, and thou shalt not destroy good old work are two golden rules from the Old House Journal. And in those 13 words can be found much of the essence of historic preservation. Now, pondering these rules in light of this application, we see that they are ignored at one's peril. This house was built in 1847 and was a late example of typical Greek Revival row house, having a red brick facade and fine mortar joints and brownstone trim. At that date, it could have had 6/6 windows, but the only evidence we have are the 2/2 windows present in 1940 and still apparently on the house. These could originally have been on a 1847 house. Now, the facade probe shows that the historic brick, as either the result of the faux brick stucco application or the reason for it, is deteriorated and probably unsuitable to be re-exposed either aesthetically or in terms of weather resistance. Now, the most appropriate approach would be for this original white and finished brick to be removed, reversed, and reinstalled, or removed and replaced with matching new brick with appropriate jointing. After looking at the huge scope of this project, complete demolition of the rear wall, major rear yard excavation, and full width and height rear yard addition, the complete gutting of the interior, which appears to retain its historic layout, such facade restoration seems reasonable to suggest. The detail-free brownstone stucco proposed has no historic or stylistic relevance to a building that retains its Greek Revival cornice, ironwork, and doorway. But if it were to convert it to a brownstone, the historic 2/2 windows would surely be more stylistically appropriate than the 6/6 windows proposed. Now, the front door itself, which is proposed to remain, is alien to any historic style. The retention of the historic ironwork, which should be required, is offered as maybe. At the rear, even the commissioner's flexible and generous guidelines for rear yard additions are blown away with a full height, full width addition with windows of an institutional, not residential scale. The proposal is altogether an architectural mashup. Now, we note that if this project is approved and built as proposed, there will be very little historic material on or in this house and no stylistic integrity. It would then be remarkably similar to houses which the commission has recently approved for demolition in this district due to their lack of historic material and stylistic integrity. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Arbalou from Historic District Council. You should be receiving a request from me right now. Okay, Michelle, I see you've accepted my request. Please just unmute your mic and state your name for the record. And then you can begin your testimony.
Hello, Michelle Arbalou for the Historic Districts Council. Given the resources clearly being expended for this project, HDC believes that restoration of the original brick facade is the appropriate course of action. We understand the damage caused by the fake brick stucco surface that was applied to the original brick facade has made that surface unusable, but we also know that the original bricks could be removed and turned around to face the street or be replaced with an appropriate new brick facade. The adjacent facades to this building are brick, and to introduce a random facsimile of brownstone facade is not contextually appropriate. We also find the proposed use of fiber cement panels to be inappropriate and cheap. Again, brick would be the more appropriate material that would have a significantly longer lifespan and imbue the project with a much warmer and humanistic appearance. HDC would also note that while we are consistently opposed to the expansion of the rear of a row house at the second and third floor level due to it being inappropriate and out of scale with the typical donut, in this particular case, we are not raising that objection because it is clear the scale of this donut has been irreparably violated. Because of this, and because of this proposal represents such a huge increase in the bulk and value, we believe investment in quality materials to be entirely reasonable request. We therefore would encourage the commission to require the applicant to reconsider and improve the palette and detailing of this proposed renovation. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let me just sure. Okay, I do not see any more hands raised. Oh, hold on. Oh, I see one more. Christabel Goff, you should be receiving a request for me now. Okay, Christabel, I see you've accepted my request. Please just unmute your mic and state your name for the record, and you can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Christabel Goff for the Society for the Architecture of the City. We'd just like to congratulate the Victorian Society on their magnificent testimony, with which we totally agree, and we support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right. I will just add for the record that Manhattan Community Board 2 recommends approval of the demolition, rear addition, and excavation of a portion of the rear yard to the basement level, and denial of the rear facade extension unless it is reduced by 1 story. And I will pass it back over to you, Chair Carroll.
Thank you very much, Sasha. Okay, now I'd like to turn to the applicants and ask if you'd like to respond to any of the comments that we've heard.
Yes, we totally understand the concern of the multiple historical society. I would like to remark one thing, is that the fact that history for us was the main territory for this project. We have been suggested and recommended at the staff level to replace the front facade and resurface it with stucco, given the financial impossibility to sustain the replacement of the facade with bricks. And I would like to iterate some very important points of our project. What our project accomplished: number one, it addresses one of the great fundamentals of preservation, which is the fact that preservation must be for the public benefit. The artifact to be preserved must be for the public fruition. And in this case, the public cannot access, neither see the building. Number two, the design will bring 90 Charles up to current living standards. In fact, townhouses are an outdated typology. We do not live anymore like in the mid-1800s. We need more circulation spaces for safety, more light and air. We truly believe that the rear facade is very well modulated among historical standards. Number three, it takes history as a primary resource through the philological reconstruction of the 3-bay rear facade, opposite to the many modernist facade that we see today in the West Village historic district extension. And number four, it brings back 90 Charles as part of an harmonious and legible row. Thank you.
Thank you. And commissioners, are there any final questions? All right, I'm starting to send you all requests to unmute so that we can move to close the hearing and begin our discussion. And forgive me if you unmute and then I hit mute again. The names are moving quickly, but I think we've got everybody unmuted. All right, Commissioner Chapin, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
And Commissioner Jefferson, would you second that motion?
Oh, second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so the hearing is closed and we'll begin our discussion. And, the presentation has shown that this application has components on all portions of the building, including the front facade, where they are proposing to stucco over what they believe are damaged bricks, the rooftop and rear yard additions, which would be connected and replace the rear facade of the building, and excavation. And so let's begin that discussion. Commissioner Devonshire, would you like to start this one?
Well, sure. The possibility of, I just initially, I would say that I almost totally agree with the testimony by the Victorian Society. The possibility of replacing, actually pulling the front facade bricks around and replacing them so that the fire skin is exposed on the front facade is definitely a possibility. It is something that I think could be explored here and should be explored here. All the sum total of everything that is happening here reminds me of the destroying the village in order to save it technique. And I think that this entire project needs to be rethought. I think the 6/6 windows are an anachronism on this building at this point, at the point at which in history they're trying to reproduce. And I think the amount that they are adding to it overwhelms and subsumes the original building. I think it needs to be completely rethought.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Chen?
I sort of in agreement with Commissioner Devonshire in that I think it may need to be further studied.
Okay, Commissioner Bland?
I want to also compliment the Victorian Society on a really cogent and useful presentation, but HDC also made an equally good one. So thank you and kudos to both of these groups. I would have said the same thing that Michael Devonshire has just said, except, and this is where I'm a little at sea at the moment. It's the location between these much bigger buildings, the lack of a real donut. I mean, there's a tiny donut, the complete invisibility of all of this. And I'm just not sure that preserving or trying to preserve the elements of an 1847 Greek revival, I said federal earlier, but I misspoke, house is necessarily appropriate because of exactly this unique location. It's giving me pause too to think about the stucco. I asked about that on a house of this kind of small and delicate scale. Seems to me as if brownstone is usually associated with bigger houses and buildings than this, even in a redo. So I'm going to wait for others to weigh in, maybe also the details of the windows, etc. In the rear, again, because it's completely invisible, because it's locked in, can it have a completely different facade? Does it need to, for instance, in our hallowed way of usually saying, preserve that cornice that you see existing on the left on the screen, and the windows on that top? Does it, I'm just questioning it in my own mind, does it need to do that in this unusual case? I'm thinking too, maybe crazily, of one of the colleges at Yale, built in probably the late 20s, which has a Gothic front because the rest of the street is Gothic, but the entire college, once you go through the gateway and into the courtyard, is Georgian. Is it relevant? Maybe only to me because I know that building so well, but I'm just pondering these things, and since I'm only the third to speak, I'd be happy to have more engagement with others, or maybe everybody else is not so engaged in this as I am.
Well, I think, it is, I think, a worthwhile discussion. I think that the commission has, in those rare instances where a building has been hemmed in by larger buildings and no longer has its historic context, some commissioners have felt comfortable allowing for a new rear, a full height addition or new rear facade. whereas finding that it no longer has a relationship to a row, and so that top floor is maybe less important, and the scale may be less important if the context is so much more out of scale and if there's so little visibility. Others have felt that keeping that top floor helps to keep a memory of the volume of the building and some fabric regardless. So I think the commission as a whole has seen it different ways, and depending on, the dynamics of the table and the facts of each application has approved both this approach as well as keeping the top floor.
Oh, good. Thank you for that.
Okay, great. Commissioner Lutfi? Okay.
Well, I happen to agree with a lot of what's been said by my fellow commissioners. It does seem strange to me that this street style building would have stucco on the front. And I mean, especially in this neighborhood, I would think that the goal would be to go back to, especially on the facade, try to go back and rebuild what was there to begin with, and not only the brick, but also, make sure that the windows work. I mean, I did kind of have to sort of take pause when I heard the applicants say that, brownstone living or townhouse living is completely, it doesn't make sense in today's modern society. We spend so much time preserving buildings, but allowing applicants to work around the edges with them so that they can adapt what they have so that they do work for today's modern living. And I just saying that on some level shows to me, or indicates to me, like sort of just a lack of interest in what was here to begin with. And I really feel like the applicant has to go back and look closer at what was here and take their idea and somehow integrate it into the history of this property. We deal with this stuff all of the time, and architects come to us and they look to change the facade, the rear facade of buildings, and they look to add additions, but they so often are thinking about how this might work within what exists. I do feel that there is an absolutely complete disconnect between the front and the back of this building. Even though I think the front needs to be restudied, I do feel like if you want to do a good job on this building, do a good job where the whole building is somehow integrated in a way that makes sense from an architectural standpoint. And right now it doesn't. I also feel that it's true that the rooftop addition is not visible, but it does seem to be a bit overwhelming. And at a minimum, I feel like it has to step back a little more and possibly could even come off. So I feel like the applicant should do a little more work on this.
Okay, thank you. And when you say step back more, you mean from the rear facade?
Yeah.
Right,
Yes.
to break it up, yep.
Right.
Okay, Commissioner Jefferson?
I agree that the front facade should be restudied in terms of brick. I think it, so I agree with that, the front facade. The back facade, it's kind of, if you could show the image of the back facade, it's the existing is pretty awful. And if they kept the corners and worked the corners into their design and didn't have the design that looked a kind of a relief, one layer upon another, which is what I see here, and try to incorporate some features of the existing, but not keep the third floor as is, because it just won't work. You know, it's the third floor on this is not very handsome, but push their building back and work with what's there. They could come up with a nice design for the back, but they need to do some more work on it. Right now, it's just too monolithic. It's just too hard model kind of thing. It doesn't work.
Okay, great. Thank you. Commissioner Gustafson?
Wow. I'm overwhelmed by all of this. But the question that comes to mind for me is, what's left? What's the difference between this proposal and simply saying, demolish the building and put something else up? There has to be some element of, or strong elements of restoration. That's what we're supposed to be doing here. And that starts with the old, and we're not slavishly devoted to that. There are a lot of adjustments that major adjustments that we permit. But every once in a while, we encounter a project where there is a proposal to create a complete disconnect between what was designated and what's proposed. And I think that's the feeling that you're getting from not just myself, from all of the commissioners about this proposal, and we're struggling with it. But I know this, as it currently is proposed, it is not appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shamir Baran?
I agree with so many of the comments, and I also am struggling with it a bit, as Commissioner Bland noted. The kind of the fact that it's not visible at all, the rear is not visible, and so what exactly? And with the adjacent building having a kind of a slightly not traditional rear facade, there seems to be room in this kind of little pocket of the donut for something else. But I do agree with this, just the general sense of testimony, as well as the other commissioners, that there has to be something else here on the rear facade that somehow is a refinement of the different, of the scales of the windows. Maybe it has to do, they're following the kind of the typical tripartite grid that exists behind the leg. So I don't think it's wholly just wrong, but maybe it's, as Commissioner Jefferson says, the retention of the cornice. And I'm also in agreement that the rooftop addition is too far forward into the rear and too visible on the rear, although we've allowed that before. So there are lots of aspects of the project that I think have approved and considered before to be acceptable and approvable. So there just needs a bit more refinement. I'm really in agreement with Commissioner Devonshire about the front facade and with testimony as well, about, if it's at all possible and not entirely impossible to reverse the bricks and to restore and retain that original fabric, that would be so much more preferable to the stucco. But I'm not, categorically opposed to stucco on these townhomes either. So, I'm just a bit stuck, but I agree with others that maybe the project should be restudied at all those levels and entirely.
Okay, all right, thank you. Commissioner Halford Smith? I think she's actually gone already. So Commissioner Chapin.
Yeah, first on the front facade, I agree with other commissioners that the stucco really looks very out of place. And that certainly the option of, the turning the brick around should be looked at, or other options, because it really, and this may be in part a fault of the rendering too, I suppose, but I don't think so. I think it's in the case of the front facade. And the suggestions about the windows being, 1/1 instead of, as presented, I think are also appropriate. That there should be an attempt to try to bring this closer back to its original look. And I think the primary thing really is the facing, using this instead of not using a brick on the front. So I think that's very important. In the back, I think that, the design, I think in general is not, I don't think I don't have as negative a reaction as some do to it, because I think that the proportion of masonry and void is actually pretty good and not excessive. And, perhaps some further things could be done with it. I think in the back, it may be somewhat the fault of the rendering in the sense that, as I said, I'm not that opposed to the general design and presentation. However, the biggest issue here really is the very large increase in volume, which Commissioner Devonshire asked about the proportions, rather what the extent was, and it's like 50% of the building is, another from 4,000 to 6,000. And that's because there's a large rooftop addition and there's a large rear yard addition and there's a full height addition. So I think that it should not, one way to deal with that would be to not have it be a full height addition and to have, the rooftop addition, really, is quite large and obviously could be much smaller. So I think that the amount of massing that's being put on this little building is just really, and is altering its character. For me, it's not so much about the, preserving the top floor because, you're not dealing with an existing row or anything. So that doesn't concern me, but the amount of volume that's added is really changing the character of this building, I think. So it needs to be a smaller addition, and there are various ways to deal with that. So I don't want to be the architect here, but so that's my comment.
Okay, great. Thank you. Commissioner Goldblum.
One of the best things about going at the end is that everyone said it already. So I just basically agree with the general sentiment. Front should be reconsidered. The back is too big and should be lowered by a floor, and the rooftop addition should be set back in a way that is commensurate with other rooftop additions off of extant top floors of townhouses. I think it's 3 to 5 feet is our normal dimension. This is a case of I think, as you had said at the outset, there are cases where we have approved full height rear yard additions, but I don't recall doing so in a case of a building this old. And in those cases, I think we say to the applicants correctly that, you bought a historic house and we want to make sure that it stays a historic house. It isn't just some historic brick party walls in between two totally new walls, and you saved a couple of bricks. That's not saving the house.
Okay. All right. Thank you all for your thoughtful comments. So I think we will not take an action today. I think the commission there was a consensus that the front should be restudied. I think looking at whether the existing bricks can be turned around and what you can do to achieve a more restorative approach at the front facade. And then I think on the rear, there were a variety of suggestions, but the general sense of it is that I think that the scale needs to be reduced and some of the detailing and elements could be restudied. So we won't take an action. You can work with the staff, and when you're ready with a revised proposal, we'll have you back. All right, thank you. And we'll move to the next item.
And the next item is public hearing item number 5, LPC 22-06889, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan Block 613, Lot 7501, 31 Perry Street in the Greenwich Village Historic District. This is a stable building designed by James Cole and built in 1901. The application is to replace ground floor infill, construct a rooftop addition, and alter the rear and lot line facades.
Hey, Commissioners, the applicants have entered the hearing. They now have control of the presentation. They just need to click on your screen, Matthew. And then the applicant team may state your name for the record and you may begin.
Great. Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is John Wool from Stephen Harris Architects. It's my pleasure to share with you our proposed design for 31 Perry Street. I'm joined here with Matt Zuckerman and Stephen Harris. 31 Perry Street is located in the Greenwich Village Historic District between Waverly and West 4th Street. You can see here, it's a almost completely 100% lot coverage warehouse and stable building that was built in 1901. Originally built as a stable, shortly thereafter converted to warehouse uses. The building still has mixed commercial and residential uses. Next. Looking at it within its context, it's actually really quite an interesting location. It is between two very important and large churches in the West Village. In the middle of the image, you see what is referred to in the designation report at times as the Temple, which is the Seventh-day Adventist Manhattan Church on West 11th Street. And then flanking it on the east side is the complex of St. John's in the Village. And between them is an area that has been referred to as the St. John's Colony, which was once a completely connected outdoor set of gardens, most of the buildings being owned by the church. Next. Looking at the Bromley map, you see here it in context. It is again at the end of this one half of the donut, which is the St. John's Colony. Next. The existing building has pretty much the historic facade pretty much intact above the ground floor. The ground floor itself has these modern alterations post-designation that have been used for various purposes, once a theater, sometimes storage, now a combination of commercial and residential uses. Next. The historic tax photo shows its use more as the stable and warehouse that it was. You can see the curb cut there in the foreground that still exists. You see the stable doors. You also see the windows more or less as they are today on the upper floors. Next. Designation. Next. Better photo of it from about 1970. This again shows the alterations that were made from that to what it is now. Next. Within context, you see it here on the block of Perry Street. Again, it's proportionally, it's sort of fits in with the character of this for a building that's never been primarily residential previously. It fits in very well with the residential context. Next. This is the existing facade and the proposed facade. Our proposal is to replace the modern infill on the ground floor, maintain the cast iron, the ornamental cast iron column, and the cast iron beam that is above with its little medallions. What we would like to do is to place a steel column on the west side of that existing cast iron column in order to create an entrance, which would be aligned with the second bay of the 4-bay facade. The original carriage door would still be located there. The original carriage door opening on the east side would be a garage door. And then there would be a clerestory that goes across. This would be done in a stained wood. On the upper floors, we are working with staff to appropriately replace the windows and modest restorative work on this facade because it's in very good condition. Next. This is it in context, the existing and proposed condition. I think on the left, you'll see that the existing condition doesn't have a great deal of reference to its two neighbors. I think that the proposed changes bring this more in line with the character of the block. Next. This is looking at St. John's Woods, this time from the east looking west. 232 West 11th is referred to in the designation report as the temple, which is the Seventh-day Adventist church. This is really the end of what was really this whole set of gardens. So as you probably know, this colony of St. John's Woods most of these houses were originally owned by St. John's in the village. And as part of that, the backyards were made into a common space of backyards that one could walk between. And many of the elements, features, and character of that space still remain, even though the church has divested itself of most of these holdings, with the exception in the middle of the block, that lovely vine-colored building is still part of what the church owns. But most of the buildings around the perimeter, the church no longer owns. Next. The character of the colony has casement windows, steel casement windows are used. Juliet balconies are used. Kind of very utilitarian kind of railings are used. Rooftop additions and top floors of buildings are very glazed. As you can see here, there are lots of lot line windows that look down into this shared common space. And so even though these are in private ownership now, they haven't all been divided up by fences at this point. Next. Looking from our project to the east, you see in the middle of this left photograph, you see that last building that's still owned by the church, covered in vines with an artist studio skylight. And you see the whole sort of rich, thick vegetation that's sort of connecting and interweaving and kind of leaking between all the properties around here. Next. These are photos of our rear in this current condition. The building is tight to the lot line in both the east and northeast corner. It then sets ever so slightly back about 3 feet, which is where this upper left photo is taken looking up. You can also catch there one of the balconies. There are 3 balconies on this rear facade in that small, shallow little space. But it's very difficult to photograph because this building is essentially a full lot coverage building. Next. Our proposal is to pull that rear facade back and create a little bit more open space. So we would reduce the bulk of the building. One thing that I would like to emphasize, and perhaps when we get to our next image, I can explain that. There is no rooftop addition proposed as part of this. I think that's a misunderstanding. What we are proposing to do is to change the fenestration of this massing, but we are not adding any space above what currently exists. And so what we are doing is simply pulling this facade back 5 feet on the east side and about 1.5 feet on the west side. Next. This outlines the red line being the existing envelope of the building and the black lighter line being the proposed envelope of the building in section. So again, as you see, we are not adding a rooftop addition. We are refenestrating mass and volume that currently exists there. Next. This is the proposed and existing rear facade. The existing facade has a series of windows on every floor, some of which have been blocked up, again, pretty much tied up against the lot line. What we are proposing to do is push that facade back, have a ground floor glazed opening, a clear story above that. On the floor above, to have a recessed brick panel in the middle, to have a shallow projecting balcony, like some of the Juliet balconies that we were looking at, with a very beautiful utilitarian railing, and on the top floor to refenestrate that mezzanine space to have greater glazing. Next. Seen within the context of the rear, there are very large openings across the Perry Street elevations that are part of the St. John's colony. And so I think that these potential changes are within the context of what you see across this colony. Next. These are the materials that we are proposing. Steel windows, which again you see in the colony here. Beautiful red brick and glazing. Next. The commission has given permission on 2 projects that we've been involved with on this block and the adjacent block, just down 2 doors down at 3739 Perry. The commission approved this facade, which is primary glazing on the garden facade, lots of glazing on the floor above that, steel windows above that on 2 floors, and then in this case, a rooftop addition that was fully glazed. At 64 Perry, 1 block away, the commission approved this design, which is again, primary glazing on the lower floor, matched again on the floor above that, with again on the top floor, a primarily glazed volume. Next. This is looking at the side of our building. And you'll see on this that there is currently 5 windows. And what we are going to look at in the next image, next. This is that same wall as seen from remnants of the colony. So this is a sort of, this wall is in dialogue with the rest of that shared open space. Next. Looking again at the colony, 31 Perry, this massive wisteria we are proposing to remove, which is harming the building, and refenestrate and rebuild that wall. Next. This is the existing and proposed. So the existing has 9 window openings, 4 of which have been blocked up over time. Our proposal is to keep the ground floor completely solid, have a clerestory above that. This is behind a double height space. So there is not a floor level next to that clerestory. So it is the upper portion of a double height space whose primary orientation is to the rear. Above that, there are 2 floors of glazed openings. And on the top, we are refenestrating that mezzanine level to increase its glazing. Next. Seen within the context of the donut, there are many, many lot line windows that are part of this dialogue between the colony's open space and these facades. The most prominent, of course, is the Seventh-day Adventist Church, also known as the Temple in the designation report, where you have these large architectural openings of the church that open onto this garden. But also to our neighbor at 29 Perry, there are a series of architectural openings with Juliet balconies, arched windows that also open up this way. Next. These are renderings of the existing and proposed condition. Again, the heavy wisteria will be removed, and the primary orientation of this will be to the rear. There will be lot line windows. But again, I think in dialogue with this very kind of unique and special urban condition where you have this shared open space, that this is kind of one of the walls too. Next. And then this is within that from the east, kind of looking at the existing and proposed conditions. Next. There is a very minor visibility of the rooftop mechanical equipment. What you'll see here in the middle photograph is, this is before our glorious spring leaped upon us. We were able to photograph this. What you see in the foreground here is, that's the portion of the building we would like to remove, that kind of chunk that's there. And then the building will be pulled back. That rooftop equipment is visible a little bit in this winter condition. It kind of goes away by the time you hit the spring. And it's visible from a very small portion of Waverly Place, and then one tiny little dot on West 11th. Next. And these are, this is the proposal. So the existing, I'm sorry, the proposed Perry Street elevation together with the proposed rear elevation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for a clear presentation and the clarification on the fenestration versus addition. I just think for our purposes anyway, I'm not sure about others who evaluated this application through the community board and so on, but when we calendared a rooftop addition, we would have been thinking of the stair bulkhead, which at the time of calendaring, I think the visibility was unclear. So that is the rooftop piece that I think our advertising, our description advertises. So, but your explanation, I think, was very helpful for the commissioners to understand the scope. So if there is confusion about rooftop addition, our language is referring to the rooftop bulkhead, and it is clear that you're re-fenestrating and retreating the existing volume there. Okay, so let's move to questions. Commissioner Jefferson.
Right. I have two questions, and it has to do with the slot. On page 23, in plan, where is this slot?
This is within, Matt, maybe we can go to the aerial. That would probably best, I think, show it. That's from a real estate ad, so that's not something that we had access to from the public right of way. So what we did is it is within the historic St. John's Colony. It is not a street view in any way. So
where's it in plan? In relationship to its name.
Matt, can you go to the aerial, the very second image that we have? That's the two-dimensional.
One moment, the computer's lagging slightly.
Thank you.
There we go, sorry.
Excellent, thank you so much. Commissioner Jefferson, it is, if you could indicate with your arrow, Matt, this is directly next to the parish house of St. John's in the village. In that slot of space, that is the houses on Perry Street backing into the side of the parish house. And that's that shared alley of backyards. That's the angle that we're looking at. Does your cursor allow you to show that, Matt?
I'm currently showing it with my cursor. Are you able to see that?
No, I can't.
Corey, do you think you can figure out a way to?
Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay, that works. Yeah. Okay, there we go. So if you could move it back to where that location is taken from, which is near the parish house, because your little hand is on our building right now. We're having a computer lag.
I'm sorry, John. I had to take it back from Matt.
Oh, that's
my cursor. So
that's fine, Abby. Abby, so if you, thank you. So if you could head towards Waverly Place.
Oh,
yeah.
There we go. So yeah, exactly, right there. Thank you. Yes, that's where it's taken from.
But maybe I'm confusing you. In the plan, you have in your axonometric, you have a cutout, 150 square feet cut out of your building.
Oh yes, yes, that is. This is
locate that in relationship to the building next to it.
Okay,
and I had a hard time. And the other issue was I couldn't find the balcony. And your elevation, you had a balcony on that side, and I couldn't see it, and I couldn't find it. And maybe I'm missing something. I don't know.
No, you're not, certainly. On this diagrammatic axonometric, we should have shown you the balcony. It is not shown. This was just to show massing.
Okay.
So I apologize for that. You'll see here the cutout, which is in the middle of the building.
Okay.
Which is a lot line condition up against the neighbor's party wall. Well, it's not a party wall, it's an independent wall. So up against the neighbor's independent wall, we are cutting a courtyard.
Okay.
So that is not visible from anywhere.
Okay, got it. So, but in terms of looking down, I should be able to, okay, I understand. Thank you.
John, do you want to go back to the aerial maybe and just quickly show?
I mean, that inset courtyard, hi, it's Stephen Harris.
Yeah.
That inset courtyard aligns with a recess in the building next door. So effectively, there is a notch in the building next door. If you go to an aerial of the Sanborn for a moment, you'll see that there is a notch in the building next door as well.
There we go.
There.
Nope, that's not the.
It doesn't show it in there.
Yeah, it doesn't.
I would go back one slide and the aerial, the Google aerial should show it. Exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there you
it's
go.
right there.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Yeah, so it aligns with that void. The other thing I think one might keep in mind is that this building was never a part of St. John's in the Village. It was not a part of that. It was always outside of it.
So where's the balcony?
On the back of the building.
Okay.
So at the back where the cursor is, you see it, the rear facade notches. So they're proposing to cut it back to make it straight.
No, not that balcony. The balcony, anyway, it's fine. And there's a elevation section with a balcony in it.
Yes. You know what that is? That is the east elevation. Abby, if you could go to that kindly, that shows the side view of that balcony. And I believe that might be what we are discussing. No, this is
25.
Yeah.
That's the adjacent building.
Okay, there we go. No, here you see it. Here you see it. So that's the balcony up on the fourth floor.
Okay.
That is a balcony that projects into this new rear yard that we're creating.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
confusing because that is the side of the building.
Yeah, as it currently exists, there's mass there, but we're pulling that mass back and proposing a balcony there.
That's the side of the building, right? In that balcony, you're seeing the side of it, but it's coming off the rear facade.
Exactly.
But is that balcony into the slot? Cuts into the slot?
No.
It's in our rear yard.
Okay.
In that little slot recess, it does not go to the ground. And what you're seeing is a floor to that, what John referred to as a courtyard.
Okay.
Can you go to the AXO for a second again?
I think I got it. If you go to your plan of the first floor, I think you can see where it is in your plan. Because I was looking at the plan last night and I kind of understood what was happening, but not quite. But I think on the plan of the ground floor, your proposed plan, you would see how that works.
Or even in the elevation, just in the elevation show with the balcony, the rear elevation.
Yeah, the rear elevation, yeah.
Also the 27 also, I think.
That's it.
That's it there. And it's creating a bit of a shadow, you'll see, perhaps not dramatically, but a little bit of shadow.
Slide 27, I think there's a rendering there.
Yes. Oh, yes,
Right
that's, yeah. Thank you, Commissioner Chapin.
Okay, other questions? I don't see any other questions, so why don't we take public testimony? If you're in the meeting and would like to testify on this item, please raise your virtual hand so we can identify you. And I will turn it over to Sasha to take us through the testimony.
Thank you. So I do have John Graham from Victorian Society, New York. John, you should be receiving a request from me now. Okay, John, please just unmute your mic and state your name for the record, and you can begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. John Graham for the Victorian Society, New York. We find the proposed ground floor street facade changes to be largely sympathetic to the style and details of this 1901 stable. However, We wonder why a steel column is being inserted to divide an opening that seems to have always been a single span to the left of the original cast iron column. Within this span, the transom, door, and opaque panels can be arranged as required, similar to the way they appear in the tax photo. We also think a stained finish on the wood infill is a mistake, but at least it can be painted after the clear finish fails. If the new steel column needs to remain, we think the design would be improved if the entry door better filled the newly created bay by lining with the transom above. The images of the rear yard show another delightful example of the serendipitous quaintness visible through the rear windows of some village blocks. We think the proposed redesigned rear facade, including the relatively small setback rooftop addition, fits this character and is therefore appropriate. We do have one concern, which is the enormous scale of the windows at the lower two floors. Slide 19 shows this proposed facade in context with its neighbors, and these windows dwarf even the large windows in the adjacent buildings. We think a bit more masonry or other solid infill to reduce the scale is warranted. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Anna Markham from Village Preservation. You should be receiving a request from me now, Anna. Okay, Anna, please just unmute your mic and state your name for the record, and you can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Anna Markham, and I am the Director of Research and Preservation for Village Preservation. I am speaking on behalf of the organization today. While we appreciate the applicant's thoughtful restoration of the street-facing elevation, the glass facing on what we all thought was the penthouse addition and reconfiguration of the rear elevation are completely inappropriate for the building and district. In particular, we're deeply concerned with the loss of so much historic form on the rear elevation due to the inclusion of excessive glass curtain walls. We urge the Landmarks Preservation Commission to work with the applicant to find a more historically appropriate approach to the rear elevation renovation. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me just take a glance back over and see if we have any more hands raised for this item. And I do not see anyone else who wishes to speak on this item. So I will just note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 2 recommends approval of the front and rear facade and denial of the east lot line wall of windows. And I will turn it back over to you, Chair Carroll.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'd like to just turn back to the applicant team and ask if you'd like to respond to any of those comments.
Yes, thank you very much. I think we would. Let's look at the historic tax photograph of the front facade.
Matthew, if you just click on your screen, you can have control again.
Okay, thank you.
So this facade is really quite interesting in that it has always had on the east side this very wide bay that went up to that cast iron column, but then it had the primary entrance, which was not a service or carriage door, that was to the side of that. And so whether or not that was a full door or not to the west is really tough to say, but compositionally, it's always had this very interesting syncopated kind of quality to it. So if we look at our proposed facade, what we are proposing is to set up a sort of conversation with that historic rhythm in which we are proposing a contemporary steel column that would just be a solid steel tube shape that would be painted. And then alongside it to the east would be the historic column that maintains a fair amount of ornament at the top. And we feel that this is an appropriate way of creating a dialogue with that piece. And also, I think, resolving compositionally something that I think is an interesting component of the history of this facade.
Okay. All right. Did you want to add any thoughts about the rear?
I would add to what John said. if you look at this carefully, you will see that the center line of the second window from the left aligns with the center of the door. This facade was never intended, as far as I can tell, to have a residential entrance in some ways. So I think that as this will be used as a single family house, the door to the garage remains where it is and is that utilitarian thing. The idea of the secondary steel column is equally disposed about the center line of the windows on the second floor. So in a way, it's a kind of recentering game to make that entrance door conspicuous. In other words, so that one would know where the door was. It would not just be one of a series of utilitarian service doors along that facade. To my knowledge, the rest of this block is residential, and there is a kind of character that is associated with that.
I would also add on the rear, if we could go look at the proposed rear elevation. I think that there's also a conscious attempt here to design this in a way that actually, if we could see it in context with the neighbors, I think that would be nice. That I think that when you look at these elevations, there are compositional moves happening. If you look at 25 Perry, you see the kind of symmetry and the composed quality of that facade. I think that our project here is in many ways trying to take also an architectural approach to thinking about this in a way that is both referring to the industrial nature of the building, but also trying to make a nod to these compositional strategies that we see here in the back.
The large double height space with the large windows on the ground floor, but because the building is so proximate to the rear property line, there was a desire to create a virtual garden for the rear. So that is effectively a conservatory. It's planted, it's double height, and it is, in a way, an extension of the gardens that occur to its east. And once you're above that particular part of the facade, it is probably has more masonry than void than many of its neighbors. The house, particularly to the right, has a higher percentage of void to solid than ours does effectively.
Okay.
So that was the idea with that.
Okay, commissioners, any final questions? All right, I'm starting to send requests to unmute so that we can close the hearing and begin our discussion. John, I just muted you again. Sorry about that. Okay, Commissioner Jefferson, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
I so motion.
Thank you. And Commissioner Chen, would you second that motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, so the hearing is closed. And before we begin our discussion, I just want to note for the record that Commissioner Devonshire is recused on this item and has not been present for the presentation and will not be present for the discussion either. Okay, so we have some changes to reconfigure the ground floor of the front facade, keeping the original column and organizing the entries around that, and then refenestrating the rear facade, first by cutting back the existing rear facade by 5 feet on one end and 1 foot on the other end to make it planar, and then retreating the fenestration and surface material, and then the cutting out of the notch in the which is an interior courtyard facing an interior courtyard and an adjacent building. So we'll begin our discussion. Commissioner Bland, would you like to start this one?
I will, yes. As we've come to expect, this is a very elegant solution. I think I have no issue with the facade on the street. I have no issue with the facade or the elevation on the rear either, but I do have an issue with all of the glass on the side lot line window. If that could be shown, maybe it'll make my case clear in any one of them, elevation or, yeah, there, that's, yeah, it's all of that. And I think it's unusual. It's not that it's unheard of, but it seems to me an incredibly unfriendly thing to do to your neighbors. And I think it's not the unfriendliness that I'm objecting to as a commissioner today. It's the unusualness of it in conjunction with a very glassy rear facade or rear elevation, I will say. I think the top part, now that it's been fully explained, is quite fine, and I don't mind the glazing up there on the side. But I think I would severely limit, maybe to what's there now on the rest of the side elevation. Otherwise, elegant solution.
Okay, great, thank you. Commissioner Lutfi?
Thanks. I happen to be mostly in agreement with Fred on this. I think the front facade is.
Reminder, take a drop.
Is terrific. I think we generally on the back, on where the lot line windows are, do not like to have that large of, we don't like to have large windows for the same reason Fred said. It's a pretty unfriendly situation. So I also think that they should be reduced dramatically in size. And I do think there should be a little more masonry between the two levels of windows at the base. Otherwise, I think it's a very well done project.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Jefferson.
Let me start with what I really like. I think the cut, the 150 square foot cut on the side was a brilliant move in terms of plan. I think it works really wonderful, I think the front facade, symmetrical from the urban level up and below that, asymmetrical, works beautifully. I'm not opposed to the lot line windows. I think they bring light in, and if it's legal, it's fine. I don't see why it would be a problem. The only issue I have is just the penthouse. It's back to what we were talking about this morning. You know, it's this kind of abstraction. Although this one has mullions and it's not a plane. It could be rethought in terms of the amount of the wall structures. That's the only issue I have. But I think it's a very thoughtful, ingenious kind of, very handsome building.
Okay, so the clerestory glazing could be restudied. Okay. Commissioner Gustafson.
This is such an unusual situation. You know, the location of the building, its relationship to the buildings around it, and I guess it's hard to even call it a donut. It's so unusual. I'm fine with the front of the building. I think the addition of that metal pier to set off the residential entrance is a great idea. On the rear facade below that rooftop, I think everything's fine. I agree with Fred about the lot line windows. I think those are not in keeping with what we would ordinarily expect to see. But I do strongly oppose the glazed pavilion at the top of the building. Again, I think this is Beacon Day here. You know, as what was it? It's a lighting fixture, except a really big one right on top of the building. So I don't. That's got to go as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, thanks. and again, it's existing square footage, so it would be a different treatment is what you'd
That's
be
correct.
suggesting.
Agreed.
Okay, Commissioner Shamir Baran.
I think almost everything that's being proposed is really successful. I know the building very, very well. And the rear yard is just exceptional. The condition there, which is of the St. John Wood colony, is just so special. We've talked about it before. And part of the specialness has to do with the fact that you don't read these kind of discrete rear yards. When you go out onto onto your yard, you have a sense of the entire continuous sort of half donut there all the way up to the church. And so that's why I think in this case, even though the lot line window expansion might be legal, it's not just that it's not necessarily friendly, it's that you really are experiencing it in that particular rear yard, because everyone's rear yard sort of belongs to everyone. And so this takes up a lot of space in everyone's sight lines. And so I do think that these side windows should be reduced. They don't need to be exactly as they exist, but perhaps a little bit reduced so that they're not so kind of take up so much dimension, so glassy. And I agree that the roof addition is really interesting and really smart to have used the same square footage, but I think it just needs to be a little bit lower, a little bit shorter if possible. And I don't necessarily have a problem with anything with what others have noted as the material finish, but I think it's just it reads a bit tall in my mind as all glass. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, and Commissioner Chapin.
Yeah, I also, like other commissioners, I think the front facade is very well done and very successful. The changes that are being made there to make it more compatible with the residents. And I think that the way the back is treated generally, I think is very good. At first, I was looking to see a little more masonry between the lower windows, but I think I'm kind of persuaded by the idea that it is a sort of conservatory, and we often do permit very large glass expanses at the bottom of buildings. I actually am okay with the lot line windows in this particular unusual case, and I think that it kind of gives a sense that the building is almost part of the outdoors with the amount of window space and the way the building's been reconfigured to fit into that space. So I'm actually okay with that. The rooftop little pavilion, or whatever you might want to call it, I agree with others. It seems a little tall, or a little bit calling attention to itself. It's very airy and light, but somehow it seems like it perhaps needs, if it were pulled back a little or something, or I'm not sure about the height of it, if that's just part of the rendering, but maybe it's a little shorter, a little pulled back or something, just to give it to make it not quite so prominent. But I think in general, it's very good design.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Goldblum?
Thank you. And this is the second Stephen Harris Architect's interesting backyard scheme we've seen in the last few months. It really is of a piece, in my view, with the one we saw near University Place, where there too, there was a very unique rear yard condition, and the building sought to respond to that. I think that their attempts to do that, to recognize the specialness of this particular place, is very laudable. My take, well, first of all, the front facade. I don't object to most of what they did. I think that the introduction of a second faux column off to the left throws off the front facade and is kind of fake history. I don't think that would be a good way to go. I think if you do what you need to do in wood, have this structure and the kind of the historic elements to stand apart from the infill, I think that's a more appropriate way to solve it. I would not want to do a faux historical column in that location. But otherwise, I think the arrangement's fine, the texture and all that is perfectly lovely. In the back, this courtyard is really a remarkable space, and I think what's lacking in the proposal is, and it's, I was looking at it, it's like, the rear facade is very typical for us. We see that kind of thing all the time, very similar. But what makes it weird here is that, when you see it in the context of 99% of the rear yard additions that we see, it is in a kind of a demarcated rear yard, where in a way you kind of gray out in your mind the neighbors, and it's yours. It's yours by virtue of the high fences. It's yours by virtue of many other things. But there's a kind of privatization even above the fence line of a rear yard in a typical block. They kind of don't talk to each other that much, even though we try to keep them talking to each other along the top. Here, everything's talking to everybody at all levels. And I think it's very interesting, the rhythm, the visual and spatial rhythm of the block as it goes around. It's very complex and informal. And something about the formality of the front facade, side facade relationship seems overdressed. I think it's like, showing up to a party where everyone's in t-shirts with a tux, there's something overdressed about it that I think misses the mark on the feel of this particular courtyard. And I agree with Fred as well that I think that the windows that are to the left, that are close to the neighboring building, are in fact too close. I think what's important about the current condition is the verticality of it, the striated verticality of it, which is very much exemplary of this particular rear yard court, and the asymmetry of it, and the fact that in the existing condition, it's more solid further out, away from the buildings. But I think that per Fred's comments about neighborliness, it maybe should be more open further away from the neighboring building and be asymmetrical there. I personally have no negative reaction to the lantern on the top. I think it's lyrical, and in a block where there is variety, I think that would be appropriate, although if they do lower it, it certainly wouldn't make it any worse.
Okay, great, thank you. And Commissioner Chen.
Yeah, I'm sort of in agreement with a majority of the comments. I think it's a well-done proposal, except for the lot line windows. And to Commissioner Goldblum's comment, whether that rooftop can be lower a little bit.
Okay. All right, so I think, this is conceptually or generally, I think, found to be appropriate by all of the commissioners present. And so thank you for your thoughtful comments. I think that the consensus is that we still need some restudy on the rear facade, particularly at the solid to void ratio and pattern as it relates to the other facades in this shared courtyard, shared yard, and particularly focusing on that lot line facade. And also, I think while some commissioners are quite comfortable with the clear story, others I think would like to see some refinement or a little bit of rethought there as well to tie it together. So we won't take an action today, and we'll ask you to think about the comments and come back to us as soon as you're ready with some proposed refinements. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, commissioners. Thank you for your thoughtful comments.
Okay, so we'll now move to the next item.
The next item is public hearing item number 6, LPC 22-09183, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, block 613, lot 23, 224 Waverly Place in the Greenwich Village Historic District. This is a Greek Revival style parish house built in 1851 to 54, and the application is to modify a stair bulkhead, alter the facades and areaway, and install mechanical equipment and signage.
Hey, commissioners, the applicants have entered the hearing. Marta, you now have control of the presentation, just click on your screen. Perfect. Please unmute yourself and state your name for the record, and you may begin.
I'm going to kick us off. Hello.
Hold on a second. Marta, please do not hit escape. Okay. Now, please click on your screen. There you go.
Hello, commissioners. It is an honor to speak with you today. I am Daniela Topol. I'm the artistic director of Rattlestick Theater, and I'm joined by Marta Sanders from Architecture Outfit. Rattlestick is a 27-year-old theater company in the West Village, around the corner from the proposal we just heard. We are dedicated to producing work to inspire empathy and provoke conversation that will lead to positive social change. We regularly partner with community organizations like the Fortune Society, Rehabilitation Through the Arts, and Village Preservation, the LGBTQ Center, and the New York City AIDS Memorial. We are long-term tenants of St. John's in the Village. We are located on a second-floor walk-up with bathrooms on our stage and a very small dressing room that can only accommodate small cast shows. Needless to say, having an inaccessible theater is deeply problematic. So we have gone about a major capital campaign, and we have raised $4 million, a little more than half from DCLA, the Borough President's Office, and the Speaker's Office, as well as the New York State Council on the Arts, combined with generous donations from individuals and private foundations in order to make our space accessible. I'm going to now turn things over to Marta to walk through how we envision doing this.
Hello, I'm Marta Sanders. I'm principal of Architecture Outfit. We are in Lower Manhattan. We are working with the playwrights, Rattlestick Playwrights Theater on this renovation. There we go. The renovation, we believe, is very much in keeping with the intent of the Greenwich Village Historic District. As a designation report notes, that there has always been this confluence of the quality of the architecture, the nature of the artistic life, and the history of Village. And that is why the neighborhood is in fact designated. This project proposes discrete renovations to the historic building to upgrade the parish house so that it makes both the theater and the church spaces, which are in fact sharing that parish house building, to modernize them and make them fully accessible to their broad and diverse communities. The project goals include creating ADA compliant building entries for both the theater spaces and the church spaces, and also including ADA restrooms and more restrooms in general to serve the larger audiences. We are also including some modernizations of the mechanical systems and the fire protection systems to meet current code and energy efficiency standards. We are providing more flexibility and creative opportunities within the theater with some discrete modifications, and then also improving the overall operations for the theater and church as cohabitants of this historic building. This is obviously the map showing where we are. We're located at the corner of West 11th Street and Waverly Place as part of this historic church complex, which we heard a bit about in the previous presentation. So zooming in on that, the corner buildings, everything shaded here is part of this St. John's in the Village complex. It is, in fact, there are 4 buildings on the lot. So this is, you're seeing that same shared yard situation that we did see in the previous presentation, which is so unique and lovely. Zooming in a little bit tighter, where the buildings that are affected include building number 1, which is the parish hall, which is used by the Playwrights Rattlestick Theater on the 2nd floor, and then also the church building on the corner. This is an elevation of the current conditions showing what is there in terms of the with the church building further to the right side towards the corner, and the parish hall located to the left in the middle of the block. It's worth noting that The designation report is from 1969. In 1971, a fire destroyed the original church building. I'm sure you know all of this. But then 1971, the church that is there on the right side was built. There has been some minor work since then that was approved through a certificate of no effect. Some historic pictures showing the view on the left side, the view of the original church building. And you can see further over to the left, there is the parish hall. Views from 1940 of Parish Hall. Still, you can see a little of the original church remaining, and then from 1980, after the original church was replaced by what is there currently. And it's worth noting that the Parish Hall has been modestly renovated over the years with different entries and facade modifications. Here are some views from recently showing similar perspectives on Waverly Place. Views of the elevation showing the current conditions and to note the shared entry conditions. So what you'll see is the door that is on the left side in the small little slot areaway is used by the theater. It leads directly into quite a steep stair that leads to the second floor. And then the larger door with the sign to the right of it is used by the church as the entry to the parish hall community room on the ground level. So it's clearly congested there at the entry when there are often simultaneous group events happening by both user groups. And please note also that there is a step leading up to both doors. So again, this project is very much driven by accessibility so that both community facilities can be accessed by a range of users. And it is also worth noting, here's a view looking towards both ways down the street, showing kind of the tight conditions that are there. One of the things that's notable in terms of the experience of the neighborhood is the rhythm of the trees that march along the curb there. We do not want to modify those, but we also do need to work within this very tight condition. There's currently about 5 feet, 5'6" from the tree pit to the step up. So we did in the course of this project study different ways to achieve accessibility with exterior ramps. There in the appendix of this presentation, there are some of those studies, but we have decided to propose something where the ADA access is achieved more through interior modifications. So here is a ground floor drawing showing in blue is the space used by the theater, and in yellow is the space used by the church with the different pathways. Again, there's a step that leads up to both of those doors, and the theater goes directly into a stair, which takes you to the upper level. This is the cellar plan, which I'm showing because it informs a little bit of what we're proposing in the future. But you'll note that there is a big, large unexcavated area, so that big square in the middle, as well as at the back is unexcavated, and then pipe chases that are active that where the heating system that connects the entire church complex uses that. So it informs where we are able to excavate to locate new elevator. And this is now a view of the second floor, showing that stair at the bottom of the page is the stair that came directly from the street up to the theater space. It's for the most part, a very big volume of space, a great flexible room. But as Daniela noted, there are a lot of challenges with the restrooms are currently up on the stage. So theater goers, audience members have to climb up onto the stage to use those. There's no accessibility to the second floor. In a section, basically cutting, looking a cross section, looking at the stacked arrangement. So this is our proposal now. And as mentioned, we are trying to achieve this accessibility largely through interior modifications. So the areas with the light gray hatch, the diagonal lines, are showing depressed floor levels, floors that will be reconstructed in the inside to drop down to the sidewalk level so that the sills of those doors meet the sidewalk, and there's an ADA compliant condition for both the theater entry and the church entry. We're also proposing that we flip the locations of them. We are shifting the church community room entry to the page south so that they have clear direct access, reorganizing the interior so they have an office and security checkpoint right there at the entry, and then shifting the location, the entry of the theater lobby further to the north. So we are in fact proposing that there is a shift of the door was currently in a bay further to the page south. We're proposing that it shifts up to the center of the building and that the historic window is relocated further south, which is now the office. And in doing this, we're able to provide a little, the required clearances at the sidewalk, avoiding the tree pit. We're also able to provide a little bit more breathing room for both audience, for the two different community facility groups at those entries. And also maintaining the fences and gardens that are along the street. This is now showing where we are locating, again, in the cellar, where we're able to locate that elevator in that unexcavated area, staying clear of the pipe chases. And then going up to the second floor, showing the proposed condition with the elevator landing. There's a new open stair for the theater goers in their own safe area. And then in that, that area to the page south where we had the original stair, we are showing that we include 2 restrooms, one ADA, one non-ADA for audience members. And then we're also proposing another ADA restroom fully in the backstage area for actors. And then this is now a cross section showing that new reorganized interior. This is a view of the current facade. Also to note are some of the signs that are there. There are currently sign boxes directly adjacent to both doors, and then also the fence that runs along there with the garden. This is a historic photo with the red line showing the historic alignments vertically, which have in fact been changed over the years when they, at some point, the entry to the church community room was widened. So we're proposing that we restore that vertical alignment in the course of this project. This is now a rendering showing the current condition and a rendering showing the proposed. So again, we're showing that the door that over on the far left of the page will become the community room door. Drop down, the sills of both doors are dropped to the sidewalk level. The center door is in fact the theater door. We have new sign panels, which are close to the same size as what's there currently, but they would be designed to be more in keeping with the original materiality of the building and more historically appropriate. And we are also proposing a large, a very slender but tall sign banner of flexible fabric sign banner with 2 small posts attached to the facade to identify the theater, because currently they are quite challenged to be recognized as a public facility on this street. Here now are existing elevation of the street and the proposed at the bottom. Looking a little bit more closely, what this is existing, the pink is showing what will be removed. So we are changing the doors, as I've mentioned. You can see on the bottom left, switching the location of the door in the window so that in the center that masonry opening would be dropped down, but maintaining the width to align with above. And then on the rooftop over to the right, this is on that church building. There's currently a large duct that feeds from a mechanical unit into the theater. Where it enters into the theater really becomes a pretty significant obstruction for the theater and greatly limits their ability to reconfigure the seating and allow for the the various envisioned seating and staging configurations within that room. So we are proposing that that duct is modified. And then also on the right side, which is labeled B, there is currently a mechanical unit that is out of date. So we're proposing that that is replaced on the same dunnage that is currently there. We're also removing existing through window air conditioning unit. And then over on the very far left, in order to accommodate those new restrooms over in that little areaway space, we are proposing that we are shifting the roof plane to create a little bit more headroom there.
Ms. Sanders, apologies, but we are significantly behind schedule. So if you could kind of hit the key slides and points, we can always come back if there are questions.
That sounds great. Okay, so this is now a view of the side of the building, showing the pink is what's being altered. The yellow here is now the proposed condition with the central door, the new windows, the new ducts, and the new sloped roof and the rooftop equipment. A plan view of the same. And a side view. Okay, so this is now a view just of the current with the duct down low, and now we're showing as the duct is raised up a little higher, running tightly against that wall. Also, there is currently an access door to the roof in the side of the building. We're proposed that that's also raised so that they can in fact get out there from the modified interior stair. And now this is a section through that side areaway showing the current condition of the stair leading up with the sloped roof and the proposed with the red line identifying the change in slope. And we are in fact proposing that that roofing is a similar material to what has been previously approved, the standing seam metal in a dark color. So it reads as a nice shadow kind of recessed in that slot. Some quick views of the proposed. And that is the end of our presentation.
Thank you very much. All right, commissioners, do we have any questions? All right, I don't see any questions, so why don't we move to public testimony? If you're in the meeting and would like to testify on this item, please raise your virtual hand so we can identify you, and we will start with anyone who signed up in advance. So I will turn it over to Sasha Seeley to take us through the testimony.
Thank you. Michelle Arbalou from Historic District Council. You should be receiving a request from me now.
Okay.
All right, Michelle, please just unmute your mic and state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, Michelle Arbalou for the Historic Districts Council. HDC wishes to commend this applicant on a very elegant solution to the accessibility of this handsome building. Thank you.
Thank you. Anna Markham from Village Preservation. You should be receiving a request from me now. All right, Anna, you can unmute your mic, please, and just state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Anna Markham, and I'm the Director of Research and Preservation for Village Preservation. I'm speaking on behalf of the organization today. Village Preservation would like to commend the Rattlestick Playwrights Theater in St. John's in the Village at 224 Waverly Place for their thoughtful application to modernize the parish house by ensuring that the building is ADA compliant and meets contemporary building safety standards. We echo Community Board 2's enthusiastic support of this application. Thank you.
All right, thank you. John Graham, you should be receiving a request from me now. From Victorian Society, New York. Okay, John, I see you've accepted my request. Just unmute your mic, please, and state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, commissioners. John Graham for the Victorian Society in New York. The Victorian Society supports the switching of the ground floor door and window, as little historic material will be affected. The new window will match the existing, and the door appears to be of an appropriate design. The change will not affect the symmetry of this little temple form building. In fact, it will be enhanced. We also have no objection to the added sign box, a reasonable addition for theater use. However, we oppose the proposed banner sign because of its asymmetrical placement projecting form that will obscure details of the building when viewed from the side, and its overall effect on the character and composition of the building, changing the focus from the architecture to the sign. There's only one other sign on this block, a tiny projecting sign next door. Thank you, Commissioners.
All right, thank you. And I will just take one more glance over. And I do not see any hands raised for this item, any further hands. So I will just note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 2 recommends approval of this application, finding the modification sensitive. And I will turn it back over to you, Chair Carroll.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So the testimony was largely supportive, but there were some comments, particularly about the sign. So I'd like to turn to the applicant and ask if they'd like to address the comments.
Yes, thank you. Again, this is the sign is very much because right now the theater audience often has trouble finding it, whether they're approaching from the east or the west. And so we're proposing that this is a fabric banner that is quite narrow. It's about 18 inches wide on two small posts that could be removed at some point in the future with minimal detriment to the building in the long term. We are proposing that it's truly hugging the building and to be seen. We could certainly look at other arrangements, whether if it's an issue of the symmetry of the building. That said, we felt that one rather than two made more sense.
Okay. All right, Commissioners, any other final questions? All right, I am sending you all requests to unmute so that we can close the hearing and begin our discussion. Right, and Commissioner Gustafson, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
And Commissioner Jefferson, would you second that motion?
No second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, so we'll begin. The hearing is, I think we have to vote. Okay, all in favor say aye. Did I do that already? Sorry, okay, sorry.
You did that.
Multitasking.
Getting late, huh?
I just got an email at the same time. So we'll begin our discussion now with changes to the front entrance, the signage, and the mechanical equipment and the stair bulkhead in the side slotted alley. Commissioner Chapin, would you like to start this one?
Sure. Thank you. I think it's a very appropriate and well-designed solution. It's nice to not have a lot of ramps in front of the building. And I think that having a central entrance instead of a side entrance looks very appropriate to this historic structure, even though it was on the side, I guess. But I think it's a good solution. And we've had other situations where applicants have managed to do the accessibility within the building, and I think that's appreciated because there's a much less impact on the facade. So I think that works very well. I think the mechanicals are fine. I personally think the banner is okay. She just said narrower than, it's like about 18 inches, she said, and I think that in the context of a lot of things going on in the village, and there's not that much signage on the building. I think it needs some wayfinding, and this particular thing is very reversible. So I don't have a problem with it, as I think the signage is fine. So I can approve it as presented.
Okay, thank you. All right, Commissioner Goldblum.
Thank you. This is a lovely project, really is very nice. I think that in general, I have no concerns about the appropriateness of most of the work. I do think, though, that the banner sign is not working to the benefit of the building. And I would suggest that they consider two possible options that we've seen in similar situations. One would be a freestanding stanchion or tombstone type in the garden. The other would be a flag off of the adjunct to the left of over where that stair goes up. where that new mansard roof is going in. It would, the problem with the sign as it, or where the sign as it is that it's a new asymmetrical incursion into the pilasters, which are, it's not very normal for us to see banners in pilasters, which are kind of foreground elements. We usually try to have the pilasters be in the background elements, in the infill, centered over a window, something where it's not really kind of aggressively incurring, putting itself on the architectural elements that we're supposed to be preserving. So I think they have options. I'd be happy to let them work with staff on it, but I think that generally it's a lovely application. One other point, that duct going up the side, they should just make sure that it's enclosed with stucco. It shouldn't be just a galvanized sheet metal duct. That should be treated in some way that will not look bad in a couple of years.
Okay, all right, thank you. Commissioner Chen?
Yeah, I agree with the comments. This is a very nicely done presentation, and to improve the accessibility, also to improve the viability of the theater, as well as the overall structure. I would defer to the rest of the commissioners to see how they want to deal with the banner issue. I know some commissioners fine as is. Michael Goldblum made some great suggestions, so I would defer to the rest of the commissioners.
Okay, all right, thank you. Commissioner Bland.
I thought this was a wonderful little puzzle that the architect nailed really brilliantly by changing things quite around, not staying within the box, but of course staying within the box by lowering the insides, which is always a great strategy, as Diana was saying. I have nothing more to add except compliments. I was okay with the banner until Michael Goldblum says it's on a pediment, the pediment, and the pediment is part of the significant architecture of this building. So I think I'm moving back from that, and maybe a tombstone or something like that could be done.
Okay, I mean, I think that trying to think about other facades that have sort of this temple type front, and I know obviously the larger kind of more robust facades of some cultural institutions have full columns, and in those cases we've approved banners between the columns. But I think with sort of these flat engaged pilasters, I'm trying to think if the theater on 15th Street had, I think we might have approved banners similar to this on those engaged columns. So it may be that it's not so different from other things that we've done, but I respect the idea about it not relating to the architecture. Maybe there are other ways that it could relate to the architecture, like in terms of its size relating to the windows or something like that. Okay, so just some thoughts. Commissioner Jefferson?
Brilliantly thought through. I think the only problem with the banner and the light signage is that the light signage by the door is functional, but it doesn't work with the symmetry of the facade. So in a way, the banner then accentuates that asymmetry. Therefore, it looks odd. I think if the banner was shorter, perhaps we wouldn't see it as much. But just a thought.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Gustafson.
Yeah, agree with my fellow commissioners. The most of the 99% of the project is terrific, and they do need to do some further work on the banner, and I think they can work with staff to figure out a solution.
Okay. And Commissioner Shamir Baran.
Yes, I mean, I think that they've solved the accessibility question in an interesting way. I find it's a little bit of a loss to have lost the original asymmetry of the facade, because I always think it's interesting to have this kind of monumental temple face with a quirk about it, with this kind of non-symmetrical entry, but that's okay. They solved an important situation that needed to be addressed. I do agree with Commissioner Goldblum and a few of the others that, and feel strongly actually, that the banner is not right, and would not be appropriate if it was double, if there was a double banner, or if it was thinner or smaller. I think it needs to be off of the pilasters and onto potentially the little annex entryway, other way, stairway, or as was suggested, potentially in a freestanding piece. Although my preference would be on the little annex piece and off of the main temple face.
Okay. All right. So I think I just am not sure that we're giving the staff enough direction on the options. There are options that we have heard today, and I guess one could vote to approve with the modification that they explore all of the options suggested today by various commissioners. But I just want to, Corey, I just want to check with you and see if you think that there is enough guidance there for the staff to work on signage.
I mean, if the direction is to do something on the small annex or something freestanding, I think that is the case, but I didn't hear direction or support for the banner options. So excluding that, I think, yes, we could do that.
Right.
Okay. All right, great. So why don't we make a motion to approve it with the condition that they, except for the stretch banner, with the condition that they work with the staff to explore signage options either at the annex or in the freestanding in the areaway, or other signs that are consistent with our past approaches. Let me go ahead and try to make that motion. Here we go. Okay, in the matter of docket number 22-09183-224 Waverly Place in the Greenwich Village Historic District, a Greek revival style parish house built in 1851 to 1854. The application is to modify stair bulkhead, alter the facades and areaway, and install mechanical equipment and signage. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Greenwich Village Historic District. I recommend approval with modifications that the proposed work will not damage or eliminate any significant architectural or historic features, that the simple design and massing of the enlarged stair bulkhead will largely be concealed in shadow due to its location in the narrow space between the parish house and neighboring apartment building, and the dark gray standing seam metal of the roof will allow it to recede from view, that the installation of mechanical units and ductwork on the adjacent roof and relocation of an access door on the exposed north secondary facade will not call undue attention to itself among other rooftop mechanicals, and these elements will be finished to blend with the masonry in the background, that relocating the areaway ironwork and entrances to align with the proposed internal elevator will help to provide barrier-free access to the ground floor community hall, rear garden, and second floor community theater in the least intrusive means possible, that the design of the new entry infill and new window will recall the detailing of the historic infill as seen in historic photographs, but at swapped locations, that the relocation of the entrance will reinforce the symmetry of the facade, that the proposed areaway will not be as deep as the historic areaway to provide sidewalk clearance from the existing tree pit, that the reconfigured ironwork will utilize historic and new elements in a harmonious composition, that the new pin-mounted signage above the community house and theater entrances and the two poster boxes will be well scaled and in keeping with the type of signage historically found on this building, and that the work will not detract from the special architectural and character of and his architectural or historic character of the building or the streetscape. However, I recommend that the applicant work in consultation with the staff to eliminate the stretch banner from the proposal and to explore options for signage at the annex portion of the facade or freestanding signage within the areaway. And Commissioner Goldblum, would you second that motion?
Second.
All right, Mark, will you call the vote?
Chair Carroll,
Aye.
Commissioner Bland, Aye. Commissioner Shamir Barron,
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum,
Aye.
Commissioner Gustafson,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Aye.
With 8 in favor and none opposed, the motion passes.
Okay, so that's approved. Please continue to work with the staff, and we'll move on to the next item.
Thank you very
Thank you
much.
very much. Thank you.
Okay, the next item is public hearing item number 7, LPC 22-03177, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 719, Lot 66, 442 West 22nd Street in the Chelsea Historic District. This is an Italianate-style row house built in 1855, and the application is to construct rooftop and rear yard additions.
Hey, Commissioners, the applicants have entered the hearing. I believe the staff will do a short introduction. Please state your name for the record. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Richard Lowry, Preservation staff. As I said, I will introduce the proposal and summarize the previous commission approval at the site, and then the architect Antonio D'Aronzo of Blue Arc will present the proposal. So as you can see, the subject property is on the south side of West 22nd Street between 10th and 9th Avenues. And previously in 2017, the commission approved restoration work at the front facade, which is currently underway, and a rooftop addition, rebuilding and enlarging the rear facade, and adding a 3-story rear addition. Here is the presentation slide. There were a few stipulations regarding this particular set of work, one of which was to set back the penthouse a further 5 feet and to lower the height of the penthouse addition, both of which were done, and both of which are being maintained. And I'll pass it over to Antonio D'Aronzo from Blue Arc to take over the presentation and discuss the new scope of work.
Thank you so much, Richard. My name is Antonio D'Aronzo from Blue Arc Architecture. I'm the principal. Thank you, Chair Carroll. Thank you, Commissioners. It's a pleasure to be here and to have your attention this afternoon. The project located at 442 West 22nd Street proposes an addition at the rear and atop the existing building. The origin of the design of this project, as it pertains to the rear facade and the additions, descends directly from a formal study that we conducted in the district. We observed, we studied, we photographed, we sort of understood the language of the district, recognized the formal context, and came up with a set of rules on materiality, language, scale. And while the materiality is readily recognizable in the brick and its color, its articulation will be shown to you and justified to you via certain images that we'll see further on in the slides. The articulation of the building is based on a 3-story volume surmounted by a 2-story volume. The language is, in this case, something, again, we took from the district. The corbelling is a detail that is present in many fashions, whether it's an architrave or a cornice or the articulation, the simple articulation of the brick on certain facades, and we also have images of that. Has become in this project both detail and structure. And so the corbelling becomes the architecture of the building by articulating the typical traditional 3-bay system of the facade, which is the current facade system of the rear of this building. The scale for us was also an important factor because, as you can see, also in the following slides where we compare the profiles of the neighboring building and the previously approved project, this one, you can see the green outline is the neighboring building, which has a rear addition that is 4 stories tall, and which is also typical within this donut. We decided to sort of transpose the front facade, the 3-story front facade to the rear, and we can move forward, Richard, if you mind. And decided that the most appropriate language and scale was to have this stacking of these 2 volumes. These are the floor plans. A family of 4 will move in, typical number of bedrooms and bathrooms with living rooms, as you would expect. The rear, if you can go forward 1 slide, Richard. This is a view from the red building. If you can go forward, and then we go back, Richard. 1 slide forward. Actually, the next slide. Richard, the next slide, please. Okay, I need to go back to that image where we had the full rear view, if you don't mind.
Sorry, there's a little bit of delay with the presentations.
No worries. No worries. Next. The next one after this. The next one after the renderings, if you don't mind. The one after this.
Sorry, there's still a bit of a delay.
This one, perfect. The building in question, the site we have been discussing, is the building right next to the right side of this tree in the foreground. You can see how the context here is mainly of 4-story additions. As a matter of fact, even by looking at the context diagram that was earlier on slide number 5 in the presentation, you can see that the addition we are proposing is actually far more conservative than the one at 448 West 22nd Street. And this was done in concert with the community board, which I believe, and I hope they're present, I believe they were enthusiastic about the proposal. But this picture, this photograph shows the building at right, which has basically an extrusion of the existing building 4 stories to the rear. On the left-hand side, you have basically the same bulk of 4 stories. If you can go back 2 slides or 1, this is fine. And so at left, you can see the rear elevation. In the center, you can see that we are proposing a canopy differently from the previous exterior stair that had been approved with the balcony / terrace. At right, you have a detailed view of the corbelling and the articulation of the brick. If you can move forward, we have some context photos. We have already seen this. This is the opposite, giving our back to the rear facade of the site. You have a very large multi-story building, and then another series of 4-story townhouses, some of which have been extended. If you can move forward. And here are some, just a minimal amount of context photos that show brick articulation, where basically this project has found its language. Move forward, please. We have 3 or 4 of these slides, and then you can see these windows where there is brick layering. You can see how certain moldings articulate the scale of a multi-story facade, which we basically chose to do with our corbelling and the setback. More brick articulation. There are various languages here, details and like. Forward. Corbelling galore, cornices, architraves, and frames. Move forward. This is a new building at 175 9th Avenue within the district. Again, language that is somewhat speaking to the district in brick color, the brick articulation. The fenestration is also large here. Some is thin, some is wider. And then there is a last slide showing our 3-bay system, which is in line with the front facade. And there is also a fairly evident parallelism in the materiality, its color, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And that is it. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. All right, commissioners, do we have questions? All right, I don't see any questions, so we'll move right to testimony, and we may have questions after that. If you're in the meeting and would like to testify in this item, please raise your virtual hand so we can identify you, and I will turn it over to Sasha Seeley to take us through the testimony.
Thank you. So we do have from Manhattan Community Board 4, Carrie Keenan. So you should be receiving a request from me now, Carrie. All right, I see you've accepted my request. Please just unmute your mic and state your name for the record.
Hi, I'm Carrie Keenan. I'm the co-chair of Chelsea Land Use Committee on Community Board 4. Shall I go ahead?
Yes, you can. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. At a meeting on February 2nd, 2022, MCD4 voted to recommend to the LPC an approval with conditions of this application. It looks to me like the conditions have been met. They were increasing the 3rd and 4th floor rear setbacks to conform with the previously approved 3rd floor setback line, and removing the top floor canopy and its supporting columns, which negatively impacted the light and sky exposure of the rear yard donut hole. I don't see those in these drawings. So with that, we appreciate the developer's efforts to combine their client's desired aesthetic of a modern interpretation of a row house while also preserving the integrity of the constraints of the 2016 Certificate of Appropriateness. And I thank you all for your time. And I thank the architect and builder for working so well with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Pamela Wolf from Save Chelsea. You should be receiving a request from me now. Okay, Pamela, I see you've accepted my request. Please just turn on your mic and state your name for the record, then you can begin your testimony.
Mute. Start video. Okay, my screen has done something very strange. Anyway, sorry about that.
No worries, we can hear and see you.
You can hear and see me? I'm glad to know that. Good afternoon, commissioners. I am Pamela Wolf. I'm the president of Save Chelsea. The developer who previously owned 442 West 22nd Street received an LPC permit to expand the house, retaining none of its exterior, but for the front wall. Without executing the approved work, the developer sold the house to the current owner for 1.6 times its previous price. Apparently, the commission's permit alone added millions to the property's value. Another developer received an LPC permit to replace 404 West 20th Street, the oldest house in Chelsea, with a new building twice its size, retaining only the street facade. Again, without executing the approved work, he put the house back on the market for 1.5 times its previous price. Both of these projects had the same architect. His alteration of another Chelsea Historic District row house at 460 West 22nd Street grabbed headlines when it sold in 2014 for $16 million. Its owner had bought it just 2 years earlier for $4.6 million and flipped it after an LPC approved renovation, which retained only the publicly visible front and side facades. At least in this case, the developer executed the approved work. The owners of the other two houses merely put them back on the market, banking on the profitability of their LPC permits. They exploited the permitting process to strip landmarks of their full exterior protection for profit, knowing that the next buyer would pay a premium for a house whose facade alone was protected. And if that buyer didn't like the approved alterations, that is where we are today. The rear wall of 442 is largely intact and restorable, but by removing the added boiler stack and the infill brick from its window openings, we'd call for this. But since that ship sailed with the earlier permit, Save Chelsea supports CB4's recommended modifications. We ask the Commission to focus on preservation of historic fabric rather than the design of its replacement. This would deter predatory speculation and bring our historic row houses into reach of buyers who might appreciate them for what they are rather than treating them as teardowns. The aforementioned architect claimed that the oldest house in Chelsea was structurally beyond saving. LPC staff knew otherwise, but this information was apparently not shared with the commissioners, who took the developer's architect at his false word. We are alarmed that this practice continues. LPC's structural consultant determined that the 9 row house facades at 14th Street and 9th Avenue could have been saved, but this information was withheld from the commissioners even as they deliberated in a public hearing. You will find the details that we refer to in our letter. Thank you.
Thank you. John Graham from Victorian Society, New York. You should be receiving a request from me now. All right, John, I see you've accepted my request. Just unmute your mic, please, and state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. John Graham for the Victorian Society in New York. The applicant for 442 West 22nd Street is proposing many changes to the previously approved work, including minor ones to the rooftop addition and a very significant changes to the rear facade. We support some of these, but have significant concerns about the rear facade. Our underlying support for work at this building is based on the 1970 designation report, which states that 442 had at that time a stark new facade which gives no hint of its original appearance. By the photographs the applicant has provided, which show that the rear facade is as minimally detailed as the front facade was in 1970, and the fact that the building was never part of a row. We find that the proposed modifications to the rooftop addition will not result in a structure significantly larger or more visible than the previously approved design. Concerning the rear facade, we support the decision to use red brick cladding and windows which relate to the existing floor levels instead of the nearly ubiquitous double height windows proposed too often for the parlor floor at the rear facades of row houses. The detailing of the red brick is an interesting use of this historic material. However, we find that carving away the corners of the rear facade by placing window openings directly at the edges of the east and west demising walls seriously diminishes the integrity of the row house form and makes the rear facade look like an unresolved segment of a larger structure. We urge that the design be revised to reinforce the appearance of support and unity which strong vertical demising walls provide to the row house form. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Michelle Arbalou from Historic District Council. You should be receiving a request from me now. All right, Michelle, please just unmute your mic, turn on your mic and state your name for the record.
Thank you, Michelle R. Blue for the Historic Districts Council. HTC finds the rear facade of this building to be inappropriate. The lack of drawings shows the building architectural and bulk context makes it difficult. The lack of drawings showing the building's architectural and bulk context makes it difficult to evaluate what the intent is with this proposed addition. That said, it is clear that the proposed bulk is far too much, and the elimination of the cornice line at the top floor is in clear violation of the LPC rules for rear yard additions. HTC appreciate the applicant's interest in developing an original approach to the use of brick on a garden-facing facade, but find the current proposal to overwhelm its neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will just take one more glance back over. All right, and there is no further testimony on this item, so I'll turn it back over to you, Chair Carroll.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'd like to turn back to the applicant and ask if you'd like to respond to the comments we've heard.
Yes, very briefly, and I appreciate the time. First, I need to distance myself from the architect that was mentioned before. We're not the architect on the mentioned projects, number one. Number two, the client is not a developer, is a family of four, and a very quick glance at the floor plans will attest that this is not a spec project. You know, then the other commentary outside of the positive commentary, I would say that, you know, architecture is certainly also about context. I think we diligently studied the former one of the district and understood and extrapolated a language that we made into architecture. And I will stop here because I think I've taken enough time.
Okay, all right, commissioners, do you all have any questions after hearing the testimony for the applicant before we begin the discussion? I'm not seeing any questions, so I'm going to send you all a request to unmute. And we will move to close the hearing. Commissioner Bland, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
And Commissioner Shamir Baran, would you second that motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so we will begin our discussion now. And this is another application for a rear yard addition and rooftop addition. This building previously had an approval from the commission for a full height addition. This is a different massing with the setback, two-story rooftop addition portion of it. And it is designed as the architect has presented in this architectural language of brick and vertical windows. So let's begin our discussion. Commissioner Holford-Smith, would you like to start this one?
Sure. Well, I appreciate the applicant's desire to create a unique facade at the rear. Although this looks more like a front facade than a rear facade to me. I don't know that that's necessarily inappropriate, but I do think that the scale of the addition is inappropriate, regardless of the original, the previous approval. I think that the amount of addition here overwhelms the original building, and I can't find that appropriate. I think they need to maintain the original rear roof line and set back the rooftop addition from that point. I think that there's certainly room for them to use this architectural expression, but I think that they need to, that this renovation needs to recognize the massing of the original building and not just totally subsume it like it does right now. So I think if they can set back the top floor and then bring the penthouse, I should say, and then bring the top floor back to the original cornice line, then I think perhaps the rest of the massing might be acceptable.
Okay, great, thank you. It's not unlike an application we saw earlier, which I think you actually might have been out for.
I missed that one, yes.
Yes.
Sorry.
That's okay, it was, but similar comments. Commissioner Shamir Baran?
Yeah, I think I agree with everything Commissioner Holford Smith just noted. Probably this kind of canopy or canopy balcony, whatever this thing is what makes it look especially like a front facade. But all of the, and I too appreciate the kind of the desire of the architect to try something new. These kind of open edges is an interesting idea for the rear facade, and I don't think I'm opposed to that. But I do think that overall things need to be kind of pulled back. The addition needs to be pulled back so it's not quite as dominant as a read on the front, on the rear face.
Thank you. Commissioner Chapin?
I agree with many of the comments of the previous two commissioners speaking about the original roof line and setting it back and recognizing the original massing. And I think that, it's an interesting architectural statement, and I don't have a problem with the general direction of it, but I myself feel that there should be an expression of the corner so that the window doesn't seem to bleed off there. I think that is just so out of character for most rear yards, the rear facades of buildings that we see in historic districts. And I think it looks maybe a little less residential as a result. I'd like to see some on the corners, some vertical masonry expression. It doesn't have to be thick, but just to finish it off so it doesn't seem to bleed around the corner, because I understand the point of the expression, but I don't think it is appropriate for what we normally see on the rear facade of buildings in this kind of district. So that's my comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Goldblum.
I agree with what everyone's been saying. It's really, we have curated a new style of rear facade in this commission over the years that is very much more a front facade than it used to be, than what is existing. We've deemed that to be appropriate, and I don't find difficulty with that. I think that our kind of typical standard rear facade is by default becoming what is seen as a rear facade in a developed single-family reconverted townhouse district, whether it's the West Side or Park Slope or somewhere else. That reflects a lot of different things, but I think that we've kind of found a way to make that acceptable. This is so aggressively, so emphatically a front facade. It's very formality, I think, is pulling out a lot of these reactions that people are having. It's forceful formality it's very attractive. It's a very balanced, well done, design. But John Graham's comment that it's really a cutoff of an extrusion. That everyone else's comments about the masonry on the sides. It's not happy here. It doesn't want to be here. It's stuck here, and I think that it's inappropriate because it just looks like it's a different idea that belongs in a different place that isn't the rear yard of a landmark district townhouse. I think that the previously approved scheme maintained the rear wall position of the existing townhouse and set the rooftop addition back for the reason that we asked for it on the previous scheme, for the reason that we asked for it on every scheme, which is to retain the volumetric expression of the original house. clearly the design intent of this is to efface that recognition and to make it all one big, nice volume. The commission's purpose in maintaining that rule is to not do that, to make it so that one can clearly discern addition from original, and one can find the original even when there's an addition. So I think that the uniformization of this facade of the existing building is not acceptable. I also echo Diana's comments about the corner detail with the windows. They too are a kind of way of three-dimensionalizing a two-dimensional facade that's seeking to erase the party wall and imply a three-dimensional return. I think that's just anathema to a rear yard facade. It's just not appropriate, and it kind of gestures towards the lot line intrusiveness of the previous scheme that we saw on Perry Street. There's something private about rear yards and contained, and this scheme is bursting out of its containment. It really wants to take over the block. And I think we gotta rein it in.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Chen?
I'm in agreement. I think the scale and the proportion, especially at the top, need to be restudied along with the commissioner's suggestion.
Thank you. Commissioner Bland?
So much good commentary. Almost all of it I agree with. I did appreciate and do appreciate the analysis and careful context search that the architect went through to come up with a very different approach, which I sort of like. And I'm not going to support it, but it's refreshing to see that the formula that Michael just described us as having inadvertently, I think, established, it's refreshing to see a new take on it. But I think there are too many new takes here, and it's too aggressive, a word used by more than one commissioner, and just a little bit too different. It feels uncomfortable in this setting. And I think scale, which we've talked about today a few times, is at play as well. The scale of the windows, the upper to the lower, and then of course to the neighbors is, which are conveniently not drawn in here, is a problem. So what I want to suggest to the architect is don't be too dissuaded by all of this commentary. Stay fresh, stay real, stay
Oh. There we go. There, I think it was Diana. Sorry about that.
That is not Fred speaking. I just want to.
No, it wasn't you.
I was giving a charge to the architect to not give up on some more formulaic approach, but to stay fresh and but drill down on some of these comments that we've been making. I think it's interesting, and I'm glad to see something different.
Okay, great. Thank you. Commissioner Jefferson.
I don't have anything to add to these comments.
Commissioner Gustafson.
Just just to focus a little more on that concept on the front of setting back the rooftop elements. They're extremely visible. We saw in one of the slides. But otherwise, I agree with the comments in particular about that corner detail. It gives you. There's actually somewhere in Manhattan, there's a Hilton Garden Inn that has this look. Right, and that's the front that I'm looking at this sort of more commercial looking, less residential looking because of the corners and how they deal with those. So in any event, I think there's nothing else to add. There's some work to be done.
Okay. All right. So thank you all for, thank you for the thoughtful presentation, and commissioners for your thoughtful comments. So I think we will take no action today, and we will ask you to restudy the back, thinking about both the design and the scale and the massing, particularly finding a way to scale back the massing closer to what was originally approved to allow some legibility of the original volume, and setting the rooftop addition back, and then think about how the design works with that. So we'll take no action, and when you are ready with a revised design, we'll have you back. Right,
Appreciate
thank
it.
you.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, we'll now move to public hearing item number 8, LPC 22-00604, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 1122, Lot 52, 42 West 70th Street in the Upper West Side Central Park West Historic District. This is a Renaissance Revival style row house with neo-Grec elements designed by Tom and Wilson and built in 1891 to 92. And the application is to alter the rear facade.
Hey, Commissioners, we have at least one member of the applicant team with us. You have control of the presentation. Please state your name for the record and you may begin.
Hello, Commissioners and Landmark staff. Thank you for hearing this application today. Can everyone hear and see me? Thank you. My name is Jackie Prudu-Vallon, Preservation Consultant on the project. I'm here today with the architect, Tim Lee of T. Lee Architects, the project manager, Jonathan Chen, and the structural engineer, Jing Wang. This project is 42 West 70th Street. It's located on the south side of the street between Central Park West and Columbus. The proposal you're seeing today is for excavation at the cellar and rear facade alterations, including reconstructing the entire rear facade, including at the top floor, removing an existing oriel, and enlarging window openings. Here are photos of the existing front and rear facades and elevation drawings of the proposed front and rear for comparison. A separate application has been filed for staff level restorative work at the front, as well as for the construction of a rooftop bulkhead and for leveling the roof. Here is an axon and a section that shows you the extent of excavation at the cellar and also the proposed enlarged glazed openings at the side of the existing L. The cellar will be excavated an additional 5 feet, as well as the portion under the L that is not currently excavated, which you can see over here. Here is the building as it looked in the 1940s on the right, and how it looked at designation in 1988. Here are the existing conditions at the rear facade and the tiny rear yard. You can see the existing rear L, the oriel window that is present at the first floor, and is also supported by a cast iron column over here. Probes were done to investigate the condition of the oriel. The existing aluminum panning was peeled off in enough locations to determine that not much of the original cladding remains. There is a section of pressed metal cornice at one side that's up here, which you can see in the detail photo down here. But for the most part, what was revealed is deteriorating wood members and backing brick. The windows are also aluminum replacements. Here are photos of the rear facade at the 3rd and 4th floors. The engineer has determined that the condition of the rear facade warrants an entire reconstruction due to cracks, water infiltration, and separation that's visible at the inside of the building. These things were revealed during the course of demolition to remove existing interior finishes. The existing bricks will be salvaged and reused as much as possible, and where there is any loss, new brick will be matched to the historic. The existing brick corbelled cornice will be reconstructed, excuse me, and the top floor window openings and their lintels and sills will be located with the same spacing and dimensions. So the top floor rear facade will be faithfully reconstructed. Here are elevation drawings showing the existing and proposed rear facades. The oriel would be removed and a steel window assembly would be installed in its place. A 12-inch high metal spandrel would separate the multi-light windows and door assembly at the basement level from the proposed enlarged opening on the first floor. The existing rear L would not be touched under this proposal, except for the proposed enlarged window openings. The existing L will remain and will be toothed into the reconstructed rear facade. Here are those same elevations, but with the brick hatching removed and more dimensions added to make it easier to read dimensions. There will be 18 inches of brick masonry left at the right and 2 feet of masonry on the left. And I'm talking about the brick piers on either side of the building. The windows and door openings at the 3rd floor will be enlarged and steel casements installed at that floor as well. Here's the existing and proposed roof sections showing how the roof will be leveled by lowering it at the front and by incorporating a chamfer at the rear that will slope back from the top of the rear facade. You can see that. I'm trying to get my cursor. You can see that over here. The chamfer will be clad in black roofing material, EPDM roofing. Here are existing photos of the existing roof conditions. And now to transition back to conditions within the interior of the block. Here are historic maps from 1895 and 1923, and the 2005 Sanborn map on the bottom. The oriole at the rear of this house does not appear on these historic maps, and there are no other orioles at the rear of any other houses within this block. Here's the existing block plan, which shows that the interior of this block is characterized mainly by very intact L's that have their original massings intact. And it also shows that there are no other orioles, as I mentioned before. So I don't think it can be said that these are characteristic of this block. There are also photos of the other rear facades within the block, including one house on the same side of the block as this one that has a very large window opening installed. You can see that down here. This very large opening toward the top of the house. And here is the proposed block plan, just showing the only change being that the oriole has been removed. And here are close-up elevations of those top 2 floors that I discussed earlier. You can see that chamfer that would be installed above the corbelled brick cornice with a railing beyond it. Here are existing and proposed cellar plans, which shows the extent of excavation under the existing L. It's noted over here. Existing and proposed basement plans, which show the enlarged glazed openings at the rear and side of the L. Rear here, at the side of the L. And that's it. We welcome any questions or comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And commissioners, do we have any questions? All right, we don't have questions at this time, so let's take public testimony. If you're in the meeting and would like to speak, please raise your virtual hand and I will turn it over to Sasha Seeley to take us through the testimony.
All right, thank you. Landmark West, Sean Corsandi, you should be getting a request from me now. Okay, Sean, I see you've accepted my request. Please just unmute your mic and state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Sasha. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Sean Corsandi for Landmark West. The Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee had various comments regarding the front facade where the intercom will obstruct decorative stonework, the rooftop addition, and the new layouts, but those are all under separate permits. With all of the changes, we're only to comment on the proposed rear elevation. The applicant maintains punched windows and enhances the structure's safety with improved railings. The scars of through-wall air conditioners will be healed, and a non-original bay devoid of original decoration and materials will be removed. It's hard to find fault with this narrow scope presented under this application, but we would favor repair over full reconstruction. The Landmark West Certificate of Appropriateness Committee otherwise supports approval of this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Michelle Arbalou from Historic District Council, you should be receiving a request from me. All right, Michelle, I see that you've accepted my request. Please just unmute your mic and state your name for the record.
Hello, Michelle Arbalou for the Historic Districts Council. HDC finds the alterations to the rear facade to be unconvincing and inappropriate. Specifically, we believe that the 3/4 round oriole window to be architecturally significant feature to this house. And while we appreciate that the oriole may be in terrible physical shape, we all know that it could be carefully surveyed and rebuilt. We also find the remainder of the proposed fenestration on the rest of the rear facade to be clumsy and not carefully considered. In particular, the upper 2 floors of the current building should maintain their current masonry opening. We would therefore ask the commissioners to require this applicant to reconstruct the parlor floor oriel and then reconsider and rework the entire rear facade in such a way as to develop a coherent design composition that maintains the masonry openings at the top 2 floors and plays nicely with the restored oriel. Thank you.
Thank you. John Graham, you should be receiving a request from me. John Graham from Victorian Society, New York. Okay, John, I see that you're in. Just unmute your mic and state your name for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. John Graham for the Victorian Society in New York. The VSNY is curious as to why this application isn't described as demolition of the rear wall and construction of a new wall of a different design. The agenda description of an alteration to the rear facade doesn't seem to represent what's being proposed. Neither the photographs nor the engineer's description seem to us to make a compelling case for the necessity of demolition. In addition, the oriel window with its decorative cast iron support column is a significant architectural feature that should be preserved. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Let me just take a glance over. And I do not see any more hands raised. So I will just note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 7 recommends approval of the removal of the bay window on the rear facade, but disapproves the proposed new rear facade's fenestration with inconsistent configurations and details, as it is inappropriate to the character of the historic district. And I will turn it back over to you, Chair Carroll.
Okay, thank you very much. Jackie, would you like to respond to some of the comments that we've heard?
Yes, please. Wait, who's controlling this? Okay. All right, thank you. Let me first address Landmark West. And I should say thank you to everyone for their thoughtful comments. Favoring repair over removal, I assume they meant the oriel. The thing is, can we actually go back to the photos?
Jackie,
State what?
Yeah.
You can click on your screen and then you can.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. So the issue here with the oriel is that any reconstruction would mean conjecture. There are these few panels left up here, but we don't really know what the rest of it would have looked like. And aside from that, the other issue for the owner is that the house has this inordinately tiny rear yard, and to be able to use it as outdoor space, that's why they actually want to take space away from the house itself by removing this oriel to just get more light and more usable seating area, walking area in their backyard. So it's really a matter of finding the house more functional for the new owner. Regarding the composition of the window design at the rear, we would be open to commissioner comments, of course, about the design of the facade. And actually, when this was shown to Community Board 7, what they were really objecting to about the design for the windows was that the windows on the upper floors were being left with single pane windows. So what they were saying was that the upper floors didn't look like they had a relationship to the lower floors because you had these, very munted steel casement windows, and on the top we were showing voids in the facade basically because they were single pane. So in response to the community board's comments, the architect made that change to install munted casement windows on the top floor and munted casement windows on the third floor. So regarding condition, yeah, I'm regretting that we didn't include photos that were taken by the engineer, which were included in a short report that he submitted to commission staff, but we didn't add it to this presentation. So if commissioners have questions about the condition of the rear facade, I can tell you we have the engineer waiting to speak with you if you wish.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Jackie. And I think I'll just also maybe explain that the rules for staff level approvals allow for this, if a rear wall is deteriorated, it allows for the staff to approve reconstruction reusing existing bricks, as is being proposed here, and replicating the fenestration at the top floor and any corbelling details is being proposed here. So this is largely before us because of the removal of the oriel, which has been presented to us. Jackie just confirmed it's not original, and it's not part of a group of houses that have the same oriel. And with the exception of a piece of the cornice, it doesn't retain any historic fabric at this point, although its shape is recognizable. And many of the windows actually also would meet the rules, but collectively we thought, since we were bringing this forward really because of the removal of the oriel window, that we would show the new fenestration pattern as well. So that might help to explain some of the jurisdictional questions. Commissioners, are there any other questions? All right, I think not. So why don't we move to close the hearing and begin our discussion. And Commissioner Gustafson, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
And Commissioner Goldblum, would you second that motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, the hearing's closed and we'll begin our discussion. So as I said, this is really before us because of the removal of this oriel, which has limited historic fabric. Really, I think just a piece of the cornice, and is not original, not a feature in the other houses in the row. And we can comment on the design of the new rear facade, but most of the window changes would be eligible for staff level approval, except for maybe the second floor and maybe the double height at the base in the first floor. So we'll go ahead with that context and have our discussion. Commissioner Bland, would you like to start this one?
Sure. I think the scope of what we're doing is more limited than what was presented, as you've just described to us, Sarah. So it's basically the oriel. And if we accept that it's not part of a row and that it's not original, I certainly can't stand in the way of having it be eliminated and a new scheme of window and fenestration be put in its place. So I can accept it and vote for approval.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Jefferson?
I'm torn because I like the oriel. I think it adds character to this building. But I also see the issue of it, the deterioration of it. So it's one of those. I think I would, I like the oriel, so I would like to keep it.
Okay. All righty. Commissioner Gustafson.
Right. Well, typically, I come down on the side of saving these things. However, it's not original. It appears to be in horrendous condition, and the windows aren't even original. So I'm not sure, to refer back to a comment that Commissioner Bland often makes, I'm not sure what we're preserving here. So I'm okay with removing it in this instance with those particular conditions in mind.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shamir Barron.
I agree with those comments.
Commissioner Holford Smith.
I too was torn about the oriel because I think that there is historic fabric that you could use to recreate it. But the configuration of the windows makes it so much less intact that I can be okay with the removal of the oriel.
Okay. And Commissioner Chapin.
It is not original, and it isn't part of a row of, these type of windows which you sometimes see in the rear. So I don't really have a problem with replacing it. I think it's appropriate in this case to do so.
And Commissioner Goldblum?
I agree. I was convinced, and my initial thought was to press for keeping it, but everyone convinced me. So,
Commissioner Chen. Okay, Commissioner Chen.
I'm in agreement.
Okay, so I think we are in a place where we can make a motion to approve. Commissioner Chapin, would you read the motion?
Yes, hold on a second. Okay. In the matter of a certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Manhattan, LPC 22-00604, 42 West 70th Street, Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District. A Renaissance Revival style row house with neo-Greek elements designed by Tom and Wilson and built in 1891-92. Application is to alter the rear facade. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed work will not be visible from any public thoroughfare, that the rear bay window to be removed has been previously altered and is in poor condition and is not a characteristic feature of the row, that the reconstruction of the rear facade may be warranted due to its deteriorated condition, and it will be reconstructed utilizing salvaged bricks and matching new bricks as required, and will be toothed into the facades of the adjacent houses. That the existing corbelled cornice and window openings at the top floor will be recreated at the original locations, and the raised portion of the roof will be sloped back from the top of the reconstructed rear facade, thereby maintaining the building's relationship to other houses in the row, and that the work will not detract from the special architectural or historic character of the building or the historic district.
Okay, and Commissioner Bland, would you second that motion?
Second.
Mark, will you call the vote?
Chair Carroll,
Aye.
Commissioner Bland,
Aye.
Commissioner Shamir Barron, Commissioner Barron,
Aye.
Commissioner Chapin,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Goldblum,
aye.
Commissioner Gustafson,
Aye.
Commissioner Jefferson,
Aye.
Commissioner Holford Smith.
Aye.
With 8 in favor and 1 opposed, the motion passes.
Thank you,
That's
Commissioners.
approved. Thank you, and we'll move to our next and final item.
Right, that is public hearing item number 9, LPC 22-07348, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, Block 1389, Lot 45, 38 East 75th Street in the Upper East Side Historic District. This is a row house designed by Tom and Wilson and built in 1881-82, altered by John Engel in 1926. And the application is to replace and redesign the front facade and construct rooftop and rear yard additions.
Hey, Commissioners, the applicants have entered the hearing. They now have control of the presentation. Please state your name for the record and you may begin.
Terrific. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Cass Stackelberg, Higgins, Grace Barth and Partners. I'm joined by Gary Brewer, Braden Novotny, and Kate Ferris from the firm of Robert A.M. Stern Architects, and my colleague, excuse me, my colleague Lindsay Peterson from Higgins, Grace Barth. You all have had a long day. We've got a very interesting project to share with you. We'll be swift but thorough in this. It is yet again another row house project, slightly different than others that you've seen today, and we look forward to sharing it with you. Let me advance to our title slide and begin describing the project site at 38 East 75th Street, shown here with indicated by the red arrow. This is a stripped row house on the south side of 75th Street on the Upper East Side Historic District between Park Avenue and Madison. It historically was one of a row of 4 houses constructed in 1882. And its facade was stripped in the 1920s, and in the 1981 designation report, it was given no architectural style, which has sort of, since 1981, indicated that the building does not contribute to the significance of the overall district. The scope of work, really, there's sort of 2 elements that are before you. One is the replacement of the front facade and the rear facade with a limestone fronted facade on the street and a brick facade on the rear. And so the 2 components are removing the existing material and then, of course, the design of the new facade and rear elevation. We see the changes that will be presenting as enhancements to the historic district, and obviously the Commission has had a history of reviewing these projects and approving replacements. And interestingly, this trajectory of removing stripped facades and brownstone facades, replacing them with other materials, including limestone, is both sort of a post-designation phenomena, but also, as you know, one that is quite prevalent in the historic record of the district, perhaps 100 years ago. Continuing on, this is just a quick introduction to the scope of work. Again, the existing rendered elevation on the left, and then a proposed rendering on the right. The proposal is to reconstruct the front facade with a 5-story limestone fronted facade in a Beaux-Arts style with a mansard roof clad in metal, and then brick elevation in the rear. And as I said, we see this as an enhancement to this group, to this block, and to the historic district in its entirety. Looking at the existing conditions, again, the building, as I said, was stripped in the 1920s. Joint lines have been cut into the stucco, very, very simple facade. The building directly to its east at 40 East 75th Street retains a lot of its historic neo-Grec detailing, as you can see in the photo. There's a shallow areaway and fence that are set inboard of the neighboring properties at 40 and 36 East 75th Street. Looking at the overall block context, photo looking west, and then on the right looking east. The block, like so many blocks in the historic district, is this sort of variegated composition of groups of row houses constructed together, as well as individual buildings that were either reconstructed or constructed as ground up. So the original row of 4 houses, which extend from 38 down to 44 East 75th Street. These were, as I said, built as a row in the 1880s. The 3 buildings to the east, so 40, 42, and 44, they retain their historic cornices and all have style designations, except for this building, 38 at the far west side of the row, which lost its cornice and was given a no style designation. There's a neo-Georgian row house, a reconstruction of a facade here from the 19-teens, and then a neoclassical house from the 1890s. And then directly to the west is the sheer wall of Marcel Breuer's Whitney Museum, the masterpiece here at the end of the block. So the block is framed by the Whitney, which you can see here, and then a J.E.R. Carpenter apartment building from the 1920s on Park Avenue. Oh, sorry. Looking at a few of the historic photographs, just to give you a sense of this trajectory. This is a photograph from the 19-teens, 1915, when the building to the west was being reconstructed. You can see in 1915, 38 East 75th Street maintained all of its neo-Grec detailing, but by the tax photo in 1940, the facade had been stripped, and it stands out in this row of articulated row houses as sort of receding in appearance. And then the 1980s designation photo from the time of designation. Looking at the block context itself, the Whitney Museum here on Madison and 74th Street, or 75th Street, the apartment building, the Carpenter apartment building here on Park Avenue, and then we are here mid-block here at 38 East 75th Street. We wanted to just show a few images just to show some of the changes that have occurred on the block. First and foremost, the modifications to what we refer to as the Whitney townhouses, the buildings just to the south of the Whitney Museum, with significant rooftop construction and new infill buildings on 74th Street. I'm sorry. A recladding of a house on the 74th Street here at 45 East 74th Street, clad in limestone with commission approval, and the reconstruction of the rear facade of that building with a sort of stepped expression of volumes off the back of the building. And then some other smaller modifications here at 39 East 74th Street, rooftop construction approved under commission approval in 2004. So changes that have occurred in the last 10, 15, 20 years of the block, we think are relevant in the overall context of the project. Turning to a few aerial photographs. So again, here, 3080 75th Street, located here, highlighted with the arrow. The building is sort of set within a valley. There was a mansard roof added to, or full floor added to 40 East 75th Street, directly to the east in 1910. And then the reconstructed row house to the west here, also a tall parapet. So you can see here the roof at 3080 75th Street is set between these taller volumes on either side. And flipping around to the back of the house, again, this here is 38. The four buildings of that row, 38, 40, 42, and 44, you can see off the back of the house, there really is no longer any sort of consistency and a sort of clean line across the back of the houses. The mansard, as I said, came along with a full fifth floor, or rather sixth floor addition, full height with this wing sticking off the back of the building and other extensions off the other portions of the road to the east. So there really is no consistency across the back. And I think in this effort in redesigning the front facade and reconstructing the rear facade, there is no loss really of continuity between 38 and its buildings that were constructed as part of that row. As well, looking at the way the commission has evaluated no-style buildings in the historic district, just a handful of examples. There are many more that we could have shared with you, but a handful of examples where the commission has approved reconstruction of front facades and rear facades on no-style buildings in the district. And typically, in these examples, they've been reconstructed in limestone. They have robust classical and Beaux-Arts detailing, some more restrained than others. This on 64th Street, perhaps a bit more restrained than as you move north on 71st Street. This sort of more expressive cornices and string courses and belt courses. And elsewhere on 76th Street, this building here, constructed in 2010, and this very handsome limestone fronted building constructed in approved in 2015. These are all examples where the commissioners have sort of recognized this contemporary trajectory of replacing no-style buildings with limestone fronted buildings. I think what's also significant to note, and it's called out in the designation report, is this trajectory is also one that is historic in nature. So in the first quarter of the 20th century, there are many examples where brownstone fronted houses were stripped and replaced with limestone, and the designation report refers to that change as being widespread. And so the changes that we're proposing as part of this application, we feel is fitting within that continuum, both in terms of the contemporary changes under commission review, but also the historic one that occurred perhaps 100 years ago and occurred extensively throughout the historic district. Gary?
Thanks, Cass, and we're glad to be here. I do want to call out, besides Braden and Kate from our team, we have Melissa DeVecchio, another partner from our office. There's something on the screen that says an error exists on the...
Abby, I think that's on your end.
Oh, great. Okay, so this is...
I'm so sorry, Gary. Cass, could you click on your screen again and take control again?
Yes, got it.
Sorry about that.
Okay, no worries. So here's the existing section through the existing townhouse with the street on the right and the garden on the left. You can see it's a 5-story townhouse with facing the garden parlor and third floor being roughly about 12'3" from the property line. Next, please. And what we're proposing is a modification from a 5-story townhouse to a 6-story townhouse that is still below the 60-foot maximum allowable height. Next, please. And this rather complex diagram explains the existing in comparison to the proposed. The red dotted dashed lines show the perimeter of the existing townhouse and the floors of the existing townhouse. So starting from the cellar level, what is being proposed at the cellar level in the blue is to excavate and provide a taller ceiling height. At the garden level, facing the garden, we are retaining part of the existing floor. And then at the street level, we are in red, retaining some of the existing floor. The floor at the parlor level, all of that is being retained. Facing the garden facade is pulling back from the existing garden facade. And moving up to the parlor, on the garden side, the parlor face is also pulling back, and the third floor is pulling back, facing the garden. The pink in this diagram represents where the envelope of the building is being increased. So facing the street on 3 levels, we are proposing a new bay. And then on the 4th and 5th floor, in pink facing the garden, that's extending out towards the garden. And then the 6th floor, you can see the pink on top is raising the roof level slightly with a bulkhead on top. Next, please. Starting with the front elevation, here is the existing brownstone no-style facade. Next, please. And what we are proposing is to redesign the facade in a neoclassical literate townhouse style that would be typical of the Upper East Side. You can see the addition of the 3-story bay, which is similar to the bay at 40. Next, please. And here you can see it in comparison. On the left is the existing, and on the right is the proposed. Above the bay, on the 4th floor, we have 3 window openings that align with the 3 window openings on the 5th floor. And then the 6th floor, much like 36 and 40, we are treating as in a sloped mansard roof with 3 dormers. Next, please. So here you can see the building isolated, the before on the left and the proposed on the right. Starting from the top down, you can see the new mansard roof with the 3 limestone dormers. There is a neoclassical balustrade in front of it. Then at the 5th floor, there is a classical cornice with a cyma and a corona and a bed mold and modillions. And then the 3 windows below that with the 3 windows below that with an arched window accenting the 3-story bay, which also has a limestone balustrade. And then the bay is a 3-story element with the entry on center at the street level, and then an over door with an arched pediment to help raise the height of that element to the street. Next, please. The proposed materials are an Indiana buff limestone. At the water table, we would do a granite flame. At the bulkhead, which is set significantly back, we are proposing a buff colored brick. For the mansard roof, we're proposing a patinated copper standing seam. The windows would be simulated divided light, and we're proposing for now to paint them in a limestone-ish color. Light fixtures, oil rub bronze, metal railings, wrought iron painted black. And then for the moment, for the entrance door, we're proposing a dark blue. Next, please. And for us, it's all going to come down to the details. So we're working to produce literate traditional details that one would see in the district such as this. Next, please. And then here you can see some of the other details with the over doors and the entry door. Next, please. And then before and after with a simulated rendering, you can see on the left the existing facade and the proposed limestone facade with the 3-story bay, the cornice at the top that aligns with the building to the right with its modillions, the balustrade, and then the sloped mansard roof with 3 dormers. Next, please. And an overall view showing its context, similar in material and color to the building to the right of 30. Next, please. And then looking down the street in the other direction, before on the left-hand side and proposed on the right-hand side. Next, please.
So in investigating the district and thinking about appropriateness, one of the things that we looked at is the sort of relative heights and the way limestone fronted buildings in part were treated historically. And I think sort of starting at these images on at the center, I think what we found that was interesting was that there's a range of different scales that architects use historically to treat historic facades. So this sort of pair of buildings here, where you have basically buildings of the same height, one that is 5-story expression with a 6-story mansard, and then next to it a 4-story expression with a 5th floor mansard that are the same height. So you see a range of floor heights and window sizes. Again, then even at a sort of grander scale here, slightly larger directly to the east, or to the west rather, here on the south side of 66th Street. We also looked and saw how even in brick fronted buildings, Amory Embry's row here on 71st Street, where there are expressions of 5-story and 6-story facades. It's hard to see, but there is a 2nd floor here behind the sidewalk bridge. But this use of sort of similar heights with different floor levels, just to create visual interest and respond to the different needs of the interiors of properties, so that there are a range of scales and heights that one sees really throughout the district. As well, of course, there are numerous examples of 5-story row houses, limestone fronted row houses with tall copper clad, typically mansard roofs, some taller, some shorter, with dormers. You also get a sense of the sort of range of articulations that occur in the district with these fronted buildings, with balustrades and coining, expressed lintels, bracketed sills, et cetera, heavy cornice lines and things like that. There's a rich range of articulation and variation really seen throughout the historic district. And of course, also a range of different projecting bays. You know, we've integrated a projecting bay to provide a little bit of scale and expression to the front facade. And of course, there are numerous examples of bay fronted round and angled fronted buildings in limestone seen throughout the district. Jerry?
So moving in detail to the entry, the existing entry has steps down, and then it has existing steps down that go to through an areaway to the lower level. And you can see the existing handrail of 38 is set quite far back in comparison to the 2 adjacent townhouses. Next, please. So here on the top, you see the existing, and here on the bottom is what is being proposed. We are proposing beyond the new limestone facade and the bay that we construct a pair of stone piers, roughly 5 feet tall, with a 4.5 foot wrought iron fence painted black that would be set on a limestone lip. Next, please. And here you can see the existing with the steps down, and then the steps that take you down to the cellar level and the adjacent properties. Next, please. And what we're proposing is to pull the steps slightly forward and to eliminate the steps going down to the lower level. We would extend and do a new handrail and fence that would engage the new limestone piers. And the face of that would be slightly back from both of the adjacent faces on the east and the west. And the space between the limestone piers and the edge of the tree pit is about 6 foot 4 inches. Next, please.
So turning to the back of the house, the rear elevation and extensions represent sort of a geometric series of different forms and volumes. There's a one-story extension in the side yard. There's a three-story element to the west of that. And you can see the side bay, the sort of eastern bay of 38, adjacent to the much larger now painted facade of the back of 40. And then up on the roof of this extension, this photograph here looking north at the back of the house and the building directly to the east. As I mentioned, there really is no relationship any longer between 38 and its immediate neighbor to 40, but for that matter, among all four remaining houses in the row. Up on the roof, as I mentioned earlier, the roof of 38 is set below the top floor of 40, which included that mansard and the full height extension. This is a view looking north on the roof with that top floor at 38, at 40, and then the side wall of 3060 75th Street, again, also much taller, and then a view looking south in this sort of valley, a view west with the Whitney beyond, and a view east with the line of the mansard directly to the east side. Gary?
So moving to the garden facade, here you can see the existing elevation and the existing section. There is an L that projects out on the garden, parlor, and third floor with an indented area at the second and third floor. Next, please. So our proposed facade is setting back the garden level by about 15 feet, then setting back the parlor and the third floor by about 24'3". But on the first, second, and third floor, we would keep a similar massing to what is currently there. And for the material on the facade, we are distinguishing the garden facade from the new limestone street facade and coming up with a design that we think is sympathetic to what you would typically see on a garden facade. And so on the second and third floor at the projection, we are showing painted wood with traditional detailing, and then lining up the openings from the ground level up to the third level, and then up at the fourth, fifth, and sixth level, just a simple repetition of double hung windows that are on center that would have brick jack arches with stone lintels, and then finally getting up to the crown, our eave, a simple wood traditional eave with a rail and brick piers. And then finally, the bulkhead, which is set back even further, would be in a simple brick expression. Next, please. So here you can see the before on the left and the proposed on the right. Next, please. And then the massing comparison of the existing to the left and the proposed on the right, with the bottom three floors picking up on the massing of the existing, but retreating from the property line facing the garden. Next, please. And then the materials here, we are proposing a handmade wood molded brick. And then for the windows and the trim, we would do a gray-green color, and then the windows would be also simulated divided light that would be painted in the same color as what we have facing the street. Next, please. And then again, we're working to come up with traditional details that one might see on a townhouse garden facade of this era. Next, please.
So just in conclusion, as I mentioned at the outset, there are sort of two elements to the proposal. One, of course, is the demolition of the front and rear facade of the building, and in terms of appropriateness, recognizing that the facade has been stripped. It was found in 1981 when the district was designated to no longer have an architectural style, and that has been since designation, it's been found that that really sort of translates to a building that does not contribute to the historic character of the district. And I think significantly, the other 3 buildings in the row which maintain their cornices, those were given style designations in the designation report. And so that history of the row does remain in those 3 more significant, architecturally significant buildings. And then in terms of the design of the new facades, both at the street and at the rear, obviously the sort of series of changes fits within that, both the historical trajectory, but also the trajectory under commission approval of modifying brownstone fronted facades to limestone fronted facades. And obviously in terms of the detailing, Gary and his team have done a very careful, studied job of integrating appropriate traditional details, obviously traditional materials, into both facades, both at the street and the rear. And I think finally, this change represents an enhancement to this block front and to the historic district in general. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we do have some questions, so we'll go ahead and get started with that, starting with Commissioner Goldblum, followed by Commissioner Bland.
Fred was first, but okay. All right, so Cass, a couple of questions for you.
Yes.
Most of the examples that you showed us of reskinned buildings that were historically or even contemporarily done, didn't they seem to show the entrances being at or above street grade? Weren't the corrections made in order to get rid of the stoops and to kind of make it a more genteel Beaux-Arts entrance?
I think most of the examples we have do show that. There are limitations that are dictated by, Gary can get into, but that are dictated by some of the underlying sort of site conditions. There are examples where, and I'm going to just jump to my PDF, which may be easier to scroll through, whether it's in these. I believe 127 East 71st Street is below grade. That's on slide.
Yeah, I saw there was one or two there.
Yeah, so I mean, one sees sort of both conditions, but there's a variety of that condition in the district, both in terms of the historic and the.
And of the ones that you showed us, how many of them, if any, modify the interior floors to the extent that you're proposing to do so? Or did they mostly keep the floors, keep the window alignments? Now, you showed us some examples of situations where historically buildings next to each other would have different floor levels, but would share cornice levels or belt courses, which certainly is not the case here. They were playing a game of, same but different, you're not playing that game. So was this, in the commission's history, as you understand it, was modifying the floors to the extent that they're being modified here and thus the window alignments across the street, was that something that we have done in the past, to your understanding?
So to my understanding, again, there's sort of two different ways that applications have gone forward. And I think, it's difficult to know precisely what the extent of interior construction was in some of these other projects. But clearly there are some instances where window openings align with the adjacent buildings in the row. And then there are also examples where they no longer align. So I think there are examples where they were just recladding. And then there are examples where there was also reconstruction involved, both contemporarily and historically.
Yeah. So, and just to speak more specifically about the commission's history. So just to be clear, Cass, I think you talked about this being no style and how that's been sort of treated anecdotally in our actions. I would note that when this particular historic district was designated, this no style designation came from the Board of Estimate decision, which formalized the no style designation with the language saying that the LPC could issue a certificate of no effect for the demolition of a no style building, provided they had already issued a C of A for the new design. So with that in mind, we have seen, as Cass said, both versions. We have seen applications where no style buildings have, for all intents and purposes, been demolished because everything in the front and rear and the floors have been changed. And we have seen applications where they've just redesigned the facade. And in those, if they were working with the 19th century floor levels, we have approved sort of classical revival styles with the entry slightly below grade, reflecting that 19th century floor level.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, Commissioner Bland.
My question is more of the same, but I want to up the amperage a little bit. Why is this called a restoration of anything? It's a new building. A restoration or a remodeling of this building would acknowledge the row that it's a part of, even though it's been stripped of its articulation in the facade. It would accept and continue the windows, maybe treating them in a slightly different way. But I find this to be basically a new building, and I wonder how the buildings department would feel. Not that that's our concern, but I find this to be, there's nothing to save here. And so why don't we just call it what it is? It's a new building.
If I can just respond to that, I hope we haven't characterized this as a restoration in any way. It's a new facade. There are certain floor levels that are being retained at the lower level. So there is some elements that are being retained, but that's a sort of a zoning requirement that Gary could speak to that ties into the DOB requirements. But this is very much of it is a new front facade and it's a new rear facade. And the approach to the project has been to do this in a classical.
And it's no offense, but it's a new roof and it's a new cellar. It's all sides are new. And almost all the floors are. So I don't know. I'm just feeling a little that this should be characterized as a new building when an existing building, which is part of a row, still exists.
Right. The term is more of a technical term because from a zoning perspective, we are saving 25% of the existing building's floor plate. And that's done intentionally. It's not done as a rationale for saying that we're going to renovate this building. It is ostensibly a new building.
Yeah, and I think just for our purposes, the way we calendared it is to replace the front facade and replace and redesign the front facade and construct roof and rear yard additions. And even when it's a full height new rear facade, we've characterized those as rear additions in the past. But as I said, in this specific district, these buildings are eligible, demolition of these buildings are eligible for a certificate of no effect. So we have seen these types of changes for these buildings that were once formerly part of a row, especially in this district where there's been such variety of and layers of change to the 19th century buildings.
Okay.
All right, other questions? Yes, Commissioner Chapin. Just accept the request.
A question for you, Sarah, and the staff. Following on, Fred's question, which I agree, it's a new building which replicates a historic style, shall we say, but not one that was at this location, obviously. I don't remember, we see a lot of new buildings and generally they depart somewhat from a historic model in the interest of making it clear that it's not a foul building, so to speak, if I could put it that way. And I was wondering if you can think of other examples where a new building has really replicated the historic style. I mean, this is a beautiful building that looks like it was there to begin with, so to speak. And I don't recall seeing that kind of application myself. What I read, I've seen a lot of things which took a historic example, historic style, and developed it in maybe a more modern way, or a somewhat different.
So we have actually seen and approved numerous classical redesigns of these no-style buildings in this particular historic district. So this historic district has many layers that are reflected in, and so you have late 19th century row houses that were developed in rows, much like the Upper West Side. And then in the early 20th century, when the neighborhood sort of became the Gold Coast and popular, many of those row houses were converted to formal townhouses in a classical design. And that included sometimes taking off the stoop and redesigning the facade in its current location. Sometimes it included taking off the stoop and building a new facade out to the property line. And sometimes it was a little half and half. They sort of left the upper 2 floors, but changed the lower 3 floors to have sort of more classical elements. And limestone, when new facades were created, limestone was the material of choice in that early 20th century period. And we did in some cases see some stucco as well that sort of emulated limestone in color. So this sort of layered history, this early 20th century layering of classical revival styles to earlier row houses is part of the character of this district and the character of many of the streetscapes in the district. And so as a result, the commission has used that as a basis for a redesign. And, I think that most applicants who have come to us to replace a no-style facade have chosen to do a limestone facade in a classical revival style. And that's what we've approved. And in many cases, we have focused on, what are the, should there be more features? Should there be less features? What are the proportional relationships in a classical facade? And how does that apply to the design that's being presented to us?
Could I just add something to that? Thank you for that. That's very helpful. I think I'm happy to scroll all the way back to slide 12 and 11, but in our presentation, we've included two pages of commission-approved, classically detailed limestone fronted facades that were constructed in the last 10 years. And that was, those are just 6 or 8 examples or 4 examples that we could have chosen many more. I think what's interesting about this historic district and the way it's been considered, new construction has been considered, I think the commission has found it, let's say, sort of more appropriate for traditional design particularly within this sort of row house scale. I know you all saw a project, or early, maybe it was the first item of the day today, for a project in Soho where there was a new building going up on the corner of Grand Street. In Soho, there's been an openness and a willingness to see much more both sort of traditional design, but also much more contemporary design. But I think in the Upper East Side Historic District, where you have these narrow 22-foot wide lots and you have infill buildings, understandably, the commissioners have found sort of a traditional approach to be certainly a appropriate approach, but in many cases, the appropriate approach. And I think, in the hands of Gary and Braden and Kate and the firm, Robert Knight and Stern Architects, they are particularly well suited to pull this off. So I think for us, this has been the approach for this project, and it's one that one sees throughout the district. And perhaps the new buildings don't stand out as much in the Upper East Side Historic District because they are intended to sort of blend with the sort of historical styles that exist, as opposed to other districts where contemporary expressions are perhaps can sit more comfortably.
All right, thank you. We have a question from Commissioner Gustafson.
Yeah, I'm going to go back to the first round of questions. I heard, and I understand the DOB's standard is you want to retain 25% of the building. I get that, but Sarah, as far as we're concerned, all right, what I'm seeing, I think, is that sequentially, or maybe at the same moment, the front facade of this building is going to go, the rear facade is going to go, all the floor plates except the first floor, I think, right? And the two party walls are going to stay in place, right? So then we got two party walls, the roof's gone. So we got two party walls and a floor plate. When do we say, when do we consider it demolition of the entire building?
So
Just because we
again,
take them out one at a time doesn't mean demolishing.
Right, but in this historic district, this building is eligible for a certificate of no, demolition of this building is eligible for a certificate of no effect. So this is, even if we had calendared it as full demolition, that would be eligible for a staff level approval. And that is something that we have done, again, numerous times in this historic district, and allowed new facades that reflect the early 20th century classical styles of the district.
Yeah, I'm just wondering why we're not following that process. I mean, it really demolition. So why are we going about it this way?
And I think, you know, it's a funny thing because even though it is eligible for a certificate of no effect, that certificate of no effect can only happen after a certificate of appropriateness is issued for the new design that's going to replace it. And so as a matter of just sort of full presentation, we have had applicants show the whole thing. But in the Upper East Side Historic District, the commission's review is really focused on the new, the replacement building. If that makes sense. And Mark, I don't know if you want to add anything to what I've explained.
No, I can't add much. I mean, I think that I think you expressed it, and you know, I think that we could have. I think because they were keeping some of the building, we deferred to that sort of view of what was going on as an alteration. But you know, I think as people have pointed out, it's in essence a new building, which is what is permitted under the Board of Estimate imposed rules on the Upper East Side.
Okay, other questions? All right, why don't we move to testimony, and we can continue the discussion after we listen to testimony. If you're in the meeting and would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand so we can identify you, and I will turn it over to Sasha Seeley.
Great, thank you. Lara Varielli from Friends of the Upper East Side. You should be receiving a request from me now. Okay, Lara, just please unmute your mic and state your name for the record. Then you can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, this is Lara Varielli for Friends of the Upper East Side. 38 East 75th Street is one of the many 19th century tailor-knit townhouses that were altered in the beginning of the 20th century and are an essential part of the historic district's character and significance. Unfortunately, over the past year, there have been far too many proposals to strip off historic details and significantly alter the building style. Here, the applicant has gone even further and is proposing to demolish most of this building and construct something entirely new. Friends is puzzled why the commission describes this application as a facade redesign and construction of addition when only a portion of the garden and parlor floor plates will be retained. This underscores the magnitude of this proposal. In fact, this is a near complete demolition of a historic townhouse and the construction of a new modern building. While we recognize the aesthetic improvement when compared to the existing building, Friends believes this is an overwhelming proposal for this block and for the scale of the row house itself. The main facade is bursting with architectural details, competing with the more restrained design of its neighbors. Beaux-Arts structures on the Upper East Side were mainly a result of early 20th century outer townhouses, meaning they usually sported a shorter, albeit more detailed street level floor, a taller and detailed second floor, and smaller and simplified upper stories. For instance, most of the historic examples of Beaux-Arts townhouses within the district sports 1/1 double hung windows on the upper floors and dormers. By extending the bay window to the 3rd floor and adding bulky elements at the top, the facade reads as top heavy. We appreciate the muted approach of the rear facade, with the exception of the proposed removal of the dentelated cornice. However, we hope to see the same level of restraint on the main facade as well. Friends often takes issue with applications such as this that propose to create an architectural style that erases any trace of the building's history. Given the lack of design intent of the existing facade, we understand the desire to alter it. However, we know that this building's neighbor at 44 East 75th Street sports similar elongated central keystones in the lintels dating to the 1920s alterations of this row. We lament that the completely new facade makes this remaining integrity of this row far less perceptible on the streetscape. We ask the applicant to consider a more restrained approach that maintains a subtle visual connection to its original row by preserving the building's cornice line and creating a legible hierarchy to the facade to better match its neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, John Graham from Victorian Society, New York. You should be receiving a request from me now. Okay, John, please just unmute your mic and state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. John Graham for the Victorian Society in New York. This application was originally to be heard on April 12th, directly after the proposal to reconstruct a neo-Grec style row house at 137 West 131st Street. BSNY supported that application and now supports this one, notwithstanding its completely different approach to the reconstruction of the facade of a neo-Grec row house. Despite the documentation for the original neo-Grec facade, the use of the Beaux-Arts style is appropriate in this instance. In this district, unlike the Central Harlem district, original brownstone facades have historically been redesigned in Beaux-Arts and other classical styles, a practice that has continued in recent years where facades had been previously stripped. Partly because of these changes, many blocks in this district, including this one, are no longer typified by long rows of identical or similar buildings. The variety of style ensures that the proposed facade will not call undue attention to itself and will fit in with and add to the historic character of the street. Our view would be quite different were there significant historic features left on the facade, but there are none, although those stylized keystones deserve and receive in the designation of a shout out. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Michelle Arbalou from Historic District Council. You should be receiving a request from me now. Okay, Michelle, you can go ahead and unmute your mic and state your name for the record, please.
Hello, Michelle Arbalou for the Historic Districts Council. HDC finds this proposed facade to be overly ornate by about half. We appreciate the composition and materiality of the facade and acknowledge that the architects are talented users of the classical language. We believe in this case, the building's context suggests a more subdued and perhaps stripped classicism would be more appropriate. To be clear, we are comfortable with the materials and language of the facade, but would ask the Commission to require the applicant to explore and pursue a more edited, discreet, and perhaps elegant solution. Thank you.
Thank you. You take a glance back over. All right, and I do not have any more signups for this item, so I will just note for the record that Manhattan Community Board 8 recommends approval of the proposed renovations and additions with the condition that the applicant appear before Community Board 8 Transportation Committee and receive a ruling from the full board on the proposed revocable consent for the front yard extension. And I will turn it back over to you, Chair Carroll.
All right, thank you very much, Sasha. So I am now going to just turn to the applicant and ask if you'd like to respond to the comments that we've heard.
Sure, thank you. I'll just quickly to the community board's comment, they actually rescinded that requirement. And so they've supported the design of the project and we're continuing forward and we'll be back to the community board in the proper sequence of presentations to their transportation committee a few months hence. I think it's also worth just pointing out that the commission for perhaps nearly 40 years, and Chair Carroll, I think you've expressed this and clarified this, but for nearly 40 years since the district was designated, this district in particular has seen numerous examples of this kind of application, where there is a building that has a no style entry, under the architectural entry in the designation report, that the commission has approved the demolition and the replacement with a traditional style building. We've included numerous examples in the presentation materials. And there are many, many others in the district that we didn't include. So this is a particular application that has occurred many times in the district, and we see ourselves sort of within that process and with a design that we think is quite certainly an improvement, but also an enhancement to the block front. I'll also just sort of mention, I think it's curious that Friends of the Upper East Side, who spends all their time focusing on this district, may have lost sight of that history, because I think this is a particular condition that exists only in the Upper East Side. There's a history with the Board of Standard and Appeals, and this building has a no style designation. The 3 buildings that are part of the road to the east that retain their cornices, they have style designations. And there is a very clear reading of that road, particularly given the continuity of the cornices of those 3 buildings, that will remain. And we see numerous examples in the district where there are limestone fronted buildings interspersed with brownstone on one side and brick on the other. So this variegated nature that is part of this proposal that you can see on the right side of this slide is very typical of the historic district.
Cass, can I make one comment?
Please.
So pertaining to the comment about the new limestone neoclassical facade and the detail on it, although we admire, say, the Gilded Age townhouses of firms like McKimmey and White, this is much different. Those types of townhouses had quite a bit of ornateness in carvings, and they had swags and garlands. Sometimes they had cartouches. We were actually looking at the next wave of townhouses that were responding to the Gilded Age townhouses with architects more like Delno and Aldrich or Mott Schmidt that took the classical language and simplified it and streamlined it. So those were actually the precedents that we were looking at. And so we were very careful in terms of not dipping into too much ornament, but still having the essence of a new traditional townhouse in the way that we admire those Delno and Mott Schmidt. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioners, do we have any other questions? Right, not seeing questions. I am going ahead and sending you all requests to unmute so we can close the hearing and begin our discussion. And Commissioner Chapin, would you make a motion to close the hearing? Commissioner Chapin? Okay, I don't know, maybe she can't hear me. Commissioner Jefferson, would you make a motion to close the hearing?
A motion.
Okay, and Commissioner Goldblum, would you second that motion?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so the hearing is closed and we'll begin our discussion. And, we've talked a lot about this already. The designation of this district identifies no style buildings as buildings that can are guaranteed a permit of for demolition at staff level should the commission approve a new design. And as has been explained by the applicant, the commission has many times over the last 40 years approved replacing these no style facades with new buildings and or new facades that evoke the classical revival styles, limestone fronted building, classical revival style buildings that were created in the early 20th century. And that this district is really characterized by these layers of 19th century rows that have been modified, that were modified in the early 20th century at lower floors, maybe stripped at the upper floors, but not completely redesigned. And then those that had been completely redesigned with new limestone or light colored stucco facades with classically inspired details. So as Cass said, really all of the streetscapes have a variety of these styles, and that you really do not have long uniform rows in most cases because you have this sort of eclectic mix that resulted in these variety of redesigns and alterations. So our conversations when we look at these designs, when we have looked at these other applications for limestone fronted classically inspired facades, have really been about the details and the proportions and how well they relate to the early 20th century limestone models that the applicants are referencing. So I think that's really where our conversation should be today. And so with that context, why don't we go ahead and start the conversation? Commissioner Goldblum, would you like to start this one?
You betcha. Okay. So let's call it, as Fred said, a demolition in a new building, which I think it is. And I think that's a totally fair way to view this. And I think it's the right way to view it. This is a new building, regardless of the DOB's particular characterizations. From our perspective, there is virtually no historical material being salvaged inside or outside. So it's a new building. And as the chair has said, that's okay. So then the question is, given the proposal as a new building, is it appropriate as presented? And here's how I look at it. I mean, I think that there's a couple of ways to approach it. I think one can approach it on a stylistic detail level and on a mass and proportion and macro level. Let's start with the latter. I think on a mass and proportion level, in my experience, and I don't have statistics to back this up, but my vague recollections tell me that for the most part, the most strikingly varied Beaux-Arts townhouses in this area resulted from a change in the volume of the house forward, like the one next door, to the right. Most of the elaborate Beaux-Arts houses that I recall seeing have, the teardowns back in the day were done in some measure to increase the volume of the house. So the fact that this one maintains the plane of the original row, but throws everything else out, for me, makes it problematic because it's kind of wanting its cake and eating it too. I think that the game that Cass showed, where buildings varied their floor heights, but kept certain elements to retain a recollection of a row, where while varying the structure within, I think was a very interesting and provocative approach that for me would have been successful here. I think for me what's lacking is if we had granted the approval to demolish the building, would we have asked for a recollection of the row, since this is a discernible row on the block, even within a new building? And I think that if the building had been in the same plane as the other ones in the row, I think that I would have asked for that. And I think I would ask for it here. I think that the cornices and upper two floors of the windows should line up. I think a mansard can exist above it. I think that the details of the floor lines and the alignments on the lower 2.5 floors are of less importance. But I think that the streetscape is created on this particular block in some measurable way by the nature of the row, which is still extant and visible. So I would say that for me, the upper two floors of the street wall, not including the mansard, should align with the rest of the buildings in the row, as should the cornice. In terms of the style, I think that the entrance should not be a buried entrance, because that suggests a kind of low budget reno, and this is not that. I think that essential to the grandiose Baroque houses was a grand entry, and to have a submerged entry just seems off message. It seems like it's not true to that style and that period. Certainly not for those who are spending the bucks to do the teardowns. And I think in terms of the style, I think that I hear what Mr. Brewer is saying about not going for the McKinley White era, but going for the subsequent era. And I think that's a wonderful goal. But I think if one is going for that era, this is lacking in a kind of delicacy and lightness. This has a heaviness to the detailing, the extensive rustication, the pushing out of the voussoirs, the lintels, pushing out of the cornice, the weight of the segmental arches. To me, it just feels heavy and kind of, it doesn't have the light touch of Delano and Aldrich or someone like that. You know, it's got a very heavy feel to it. The sill at the top floor, it just feels very thick. And I would suggest that if they're going for that look, they should sharpen the pencil. I think that the rear facade is exemplary. I have no qualms about the volume of the house at all, other than as they relate to the front facade and the alignments of the street.
Okay, thank you. And we'll go around the table. Commissioner Chen.
Yeah, very interesting history and context and analysis by Michael Goldblum. I sort of take it, first of all, I agree with Michael Goldblum that there's no problem with the volume. The back facade is fine. The question is the context, how do we treat the front? And given the history, and this is where I have to check back on the history with our legal counsel, Mark, and anyone who's on the team that's very familiar with the past. I don't recall that in the past when we approve a similar reconstruction of a new building with new facade, that it must line up with the neighbor's cornices, or so to speak. Am I correct or am I mistaken?
We have not required that, and we have also approved new facades with partially submerged entrances that are Beaux-Arts, but with a submerged entrance reflecting the original floor slabs. So we have done that before. I think Commissioner Goldblum's comments are, I think he feels strongly about it in this case because there are others in the row that maintain those proportions in cornice line. And so I think it's particular to this particular street and this particular context. Correct me if I'm wrong, Michael, but I think that's
completely correct. Completely correct.
So in that case, I would defer to the rest of the commissioners because I think that there's no rigid way. We're flexible, we're adapting with a no style building, and therefore I would like to hear the rest of the commissioners.
okay. Thank you, Commissioner Bland.
I'm a little floored here. Except for a missing cornice, it seems that this would be a style building that's been stripped. So I'm still a little confused, and only 14 years on the commission so far. I've never heard about this special East Side rule. So that's why I'm floored. But nonetheless, I think we have to judge this as a new building. And still eludes me as to why if we approve a new building here, why then we go back and it can be demolished. And I'm still wondering why Gary feels he needs to hold on to 25%. But let's assume that's all legal mumbo jumbo and not relevant to what we're doing, because I think it sort of is. And I want to just say that although this wouldn't be my design or even my approach to a design, few, if any, do it better than this firm. And I'm not about to stand in the way and start picking it apart. I think testimony has been given by respected and very articulate members of our historic preservation community. And I think that this team has enlightened ears and will listen to that testimony if indeed we don't approve it right today as is, and we'll take those some of those thoughts and comments in a general way into their perhaps re-articulation of the design. but maybe it is that we'll approve it today. I don't know. But this is one of the more confusing moments I've had on the commission.
Okay. And I might jump in and, again, I think that we have approved this so many times on the Upper East Side Historic District, in the Upper East Side Historic District. And I think that in many cases, we have really focused on what makes a Beaux-Arts facade, and how austere should it be, how much ornament should it be, where should the ornament be. And many times we are working with architects who don't have as much experience with this particular style or even this historic district. And we have, in many cases, approved designs that I think were less inspired by the classical style and proportions than this is, as you said, this firm is sort of a master at this. So I feel completely confident that this is in keeping with our long regulatory history in this historic district. And I do think that one could say it should come out and maybe the mansard starts where it is, like the building to the left. But I think we've also done these new limestone facades with mansards in their original plane. And I think in some ways it's also a way to reflect that it's not an early 20th century building. It's a contemporary building that is evoking that layered history here. And so I think, I don't know that it has to do exactly what, specific examples would do to be appropriate. I think that you can sort of read it as a contemporary insertion that is reflecting and referencing the styles. And I think that planar relationship helps with reflecting the fact that it's a new building here. So I am kind of baffled about why we're so upset when we've done this many times with lesser designs.
It has nothing to do with Beaux-Arts. It has to do with the fact that this is the fourth building in a row that's still intact except for a cornice and some stripping of window surrounds. That's my issue. And further, I'm so sorry to say this, but if I don't leave right now, my wife will be standing in front of the New Haven Railroad Station in the rain, and I rue that badly. So I think I will not be able to stay for a vote. And
all right, but thank you for your comments. Yeah. Okay. All right, Commissioner Jefferson.
I can agree with Michael about the row, the idea of the row. And I can agree with Michael about the idea of descending, recessing the entrance. And taking those two things apart, though, separate, I think the building itself is quite well done. And I don't know enough about classical architecture that I can be an expert on it. But I do think that there is a quality of heaviness to it, and it could be lighter. But I can accept this the way it is, and I can also accept it getting alignment to say this is a row. But since that's not the case,
okay,
I think I can accept it the way it is.
Okay, but I understand that you sort of do think that the details could be lighter and that the proportions could be improved as well in relation to this row.
Yeah, there's an arch at the entry down below, second piano nobile, and then there's another arch at top, and they're repeating themselves, and somehow the hierarchy is kind of odd. And what's dominant? Kind of thing.
Great, that's helpful. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Gustafson.
Yeah, I can actually accept it as it is too. I don't have any, while I have, all sorts of interest in figuring out those legal niceties that Fred was referring to. I don't have a basis for, picking this apart. I think it's a radical improvement on what's there, and it's extremely well done. Unfortunately, I have the same problem that Fred has.
You have to run.
I've got to run.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for staying to give your comments. All right, Commissioner Holford Smith, Commissioner Shamir Baran, excuse me.
No problem. Yeah. So I also have problems with the kind of the premise part of this, but mine has to do with the fact that that it's already stripped, or in the condition that we see it today in the 1940s photo, and was altered in 1926. And so it's been around in this form, contributing style-wise or otherwise to, or not, to the district, to the street. It has kind of a historic reality that I can't easily accept. It does not matter, or have meaning here, or have memory here, or have a relationship with other buildings adjacent. So that's one aspect of my problem. And then when it's rebuilt, the site is, after the thing that's been there in its changed way since 1926 is demolished, it's not brought back to the original construction, which is pictured in the 1915. Let's say that that's accurate, or original. I don't know if it's the first, but I assume. And so those are my problems. Like I just actually don't really know that the demolition is entirely appropriate here. So anyway, that I think that the premise I have a problem with. And then additionally, while I was really interested to hear that the applicant is interested in this kind of nuanced delineation of which part of the Gilded Age, the later Beaux-Arts, the earlier Beaux-Arts, and referencing the Delano Aldrich, I agree entirely with Commissioner Goldblum that they did not hit that mark. I mean, if they are so expert in stylistic differentiation and definition, there's no question that Delano Aldrich is just, the details have a completely different relationship to one another. The enfrainment of windows, the kind of how balustrades and the kind of their thickness, absolutely everything is different in a Delano Aldrich building. The spaces between windows, there's more of it. Anyway, so I don't think that they hit that mark. Is it not the case? I can't argue with the fact that if I squint at this building that they've proposed, it kind of looks like other limestone buildings that we've approved. It kind of looks, and I agree with you, Chair Carroll, that we've approved far less kind of proposals from less expert historic preservation, restoration, and recreation architects than this one. But it takes a kind of a squinting and not particular caring. It kind of looks like, looks like the district-ish, no question. So do I feel strongly enough that this thing should not be demolished? That's my, in the next few minutes, I'm going to have to make that decision, but I have a problem with the premise.
If I can just jump in, I think it really bears repeating.
Mm-hmm.
When this district was designated, the Board of Estimate imposed this obligation. So it basically said for these buildings that are deemed no style, it's as if they were vacant lots, and that the staff would be authorizing their demolition as having no effect on the district. Okay, but the condition was, because nobody wants vacant lots in districts and an empty tooth in a row, that they weren't allowed to do that unless the commission had approved a replacement. So I think it's really important to understand that that was a condition imposed upon this district in order for it, as a modification, if you will, and a deal and sort of a requirement that was struck. And I think it may be hard to understand that now, so many years later, or to fight with it. But that is sort of the context within which we are looking at this.
Right, so that really the demolition is not before us. All right, so Commissioner Holford Smith.
So I too struggle with this. I see two potential outcomes. One is the restoration or adaptation of the original form with the original floor heights, and some making it some version of the original sort of brownstone type house. Clearly that's not what this client wants to do. And I understand that they also want to get another floor in here, hence the 25% maintenance of this existing structure. So, I mean, I guess given the explanation that Mark just gave about the sort of tear down quality of these buildings, that I can accept that. And I think that the design as proposed, certainly does look like an Upper East Side building. If I didn't, if you didn't know better, you might think that that had been there since the 1910s or 20s. I would defer to others who have a better feeling for the detailing. I know that testimony also commented on the fact that it could be perhaps a little toned down. And some of the commissioners have said that maybe it could be lightened. So I would go along with that. Otherwise, I think I find the rear to be appropriate, and we'll take it from there.
All right, great. Thank you. And I think Commissioner Chapin. Yes, you're still here. Although, Commissioner Chapin, can you hear me?
She can hear, but not.
She can't.
We can't hear her.
Diana, we can't hear you. Maybe if you turn your microphone off or disconnect it from your computer, or just go on the computer. I mean, turn your earbuds off.
Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you, yes.
Yeah, I had Bluetooth on, and for some reason, I could hear you very well, but you could not hear me, so I shut off the Bluetooth. Anyway, okay, it works fine until I don't know what the issue was. In any event, Mark's remarks were very helpful, clarifying the special provision for the Upper East Side. In any event, so we are in a situation where it's a no-style building. It could be demolished tomorrow, in effect, as long as we had approved a plan for what was going in place of it. As a result, obviously, the fact that the floors don't line up with the existing row or anything is really irrelevant. They're allowed to do that. And I think that the volume, the size of the proposed, new building is appropriate. I think the back is totally appropriate, as others have stated. I think also that the front as a Beaux-Art, presentation, I personally don't find it inappropriate. I'm not an architect, so I can't speak to protect some individual details that might be altered. Might a higher entry, a more at-grade entrance have been nicer? Yes, but I think that the design as presented is not inappropriate, and it is sufficiently referential to the style in question to be appropriate for the district. And I think it falls into the category of transition, what I'll call transitional changes that have been made that we discussed before, that many times this kind of building, when it got stripped of details, things that we did not see that did not come before the commission, but were done earlier in the early 20th century, let's say, something like this might very easily have been done. And I think that it's as Commissioner Holford Smith just said, if you walk past it, you would probably think it had been, that's what had happened. So I can approve it actually as presented myself. That's my position. I don't mind seeing it modified slightly if there are some useful modifications that others agree to, but I think in the circumstances, it's appropriate.
Okay. All right. So this was a really interesting discussion. And as always, I thank you all for your thought and analysis. And I do think that as we worked our way through it, we do have enough to support redesign in this classical style. But I think not everybody who would support it is still here to vote. And in addition, we had others who were still unsure or uncomfortable with the some of the proportions and details. And so what we'll do is we'll take no action and we'll ask the applicants to go back and I think maybe drill down more specifically now that we've sort of had the broader discussion about the layered history in this historic district. I think really think about the models that you're using and how those apply to your design, and if that warrants some refinements, then make those refinements and present those to us when you're ready. So we'll have you back after you have a chance to kind of do that second deeper dive into the models that you're using and referencing in your new design. Okay, thank you. So that concludes our hearing for the day. And before we sign off, I do want to just note that our wonderful Sasha Seeley is going to be leaving us, which is heartbreaking for LPC and for us. And she's been a tremendous external affairs coordinator working she's gone to owner outreach meetings. She has managed all the testimony. She has been eager to do every assignment she's been tasked with. She's been here through various transitions and adapted to remote hearings and done everything so graciously and gracefully. And we're just going to miss your charm, your personality, and your willingness to be supportive and to help everybody on the team, as well as all of the public that you work with every single day. So Sasha's going to be leaving us for a very exciting opportunity in Speaker Adrian Adams' office. So it is very aligned with her experience and intergovernmental ambitions. So we wish you all the best, but I did want to thank you here at the hearing with all of the people that you work with every single Tuesday. So thank you, Sasha, for everything, and we'll miss you and wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Congratulations and good luck. Yes.
Thank you.
We'll miss you.
Great. We will miss you. All right. And thank you.
We'll never be the same.
The applicants will miss you the most.
Yeah, and the community boards and all of the people who testify every single Tuesday, and you're so incredibly helpful to them in helping to make our process smooth and transparent and open to the public. So we're gonna miss you and carry on. So thank you, and thank you, commissioners, for a very long day and all of your hard work and thoughtful comments. We had a lot of big applications today that required a lot of thought, and I appreciate your sticking it out till the end and getting through all of them, as always, with your expertise and your thoughts. So thank you.
Thank you.